Yeah.
Good morning, distinguished guests and participants. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Udayana University, which represented by Nurse Nikomang Ari Sawitri, the Honorable Initiator and Coordinator of Bandung-Belgrade-Havana Conference, Professor Darwis Kudori, the Honorable Dr. Konira Hakudini Bakri, the Honorable Co-Chairs, speakers, and all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bali and welcome to Bandung-Belgrade-Havana Commemorative Conference 2022. Give a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ari who will be hosting today's event. Firstly, we would like to thank the National Archive of the Republic of Indonesia for trusting Udayana University to be involved and host an international conference that brought up together three cities that marked an important moment of world peace in history. Distinguished guests and participants, before we start today's sessions, there's a welcoming remarks with Balinese traditional dance. The dance was inspired by the peacock or merak birds in Indonesians that shows beautiful and colorful feathers. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy Merak Angelo dance. Thank you to our beautiful Balinese dancer. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is opening speech by the initiator and coordinator of Belgrade-Havana for Mr. Darwis Kudori. Time and place are yours.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum. Salam merdeka. 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 Thank you. It's not planned that I give welcoming speech, but with pleasure, give any long speech or long discourse, but I just Bali organizing committee finding conference. And believe, if I understand well, there will be no special speech or keynote speech from Bali, but already a non-verbal speech, which is the dance of peacock dance. You see the beautiful peacock. That's the non-verbal speech from Bali's committee. So thank you very much, and we will start after that. Wali, maybe send Universitas Udayana. It's your time now to welcome all the participants. Thank you very much.
For the opening speech, this will be addressed by Nurse Nikomang Ari Sawitri from the International Office. Ms. Ari, time and place are yours. Yes, two. Co-chair speakers, ladies and gentlemen, for the University, all participants, Bandung-Belgrade and Havana Global History and Perspective National Conference, result of collaboration between national Jajaran Erlangga University, Udayana University, Bandung Spirit Scholars, Social Movement. It is an honor Udayana University is chosen to be. This conference is an event to commemorate Asia Africa that Indonesia is at. This conference is an event as the continuation of Asia's role as before. The whole world is in a certain situation. Phenomena recently of that and it all aspects of life around the world challenge for. The whole world is currently global climate change that may survival of living. This conference, it is hoped that there will be various ideas regarding challenges we are facing. This conference is also expected to build a strong network. The difficulties we are facing, stronger community challenge. Without further ado, Rector Udayana University,
in global history perspective. Thank you, and please enjoy the course of Santi.
Mrs. Ari, ladies and gentlemen, session. Agenda session 10 is the co-chair of the discussions, Professor Isaac Bazi and Professor Beatrice Bisio. Mr. Isaac Bazi is a professor, doctor, and lecturer, Department of African Studies, University, Quebec, Montreal, Canada. Meanwhile, Mrs. Beatrice Bisio is a professor, doctor, and lecturer at Department of Political Sciences, Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Isaac Bazi and Mrs. Beatrice Bisio to the stage. The co-chairs, time and place are yours.
That microphone.
Thank you. It's a pleasure here in Bali. The other time and the conference still going on. To co-chair session with the presenters who are here joining us. Have will hear first of all those presenting here have online connected, and then so have time to present the papers. So our session is about the organization, the hidden 20. So please, Mira, Oza, and also we may Renata join us. Introduce. Decolonization and the hidden 20. We speak here about the 20 economically least developed countries, the other extreme side of G20. We need to just say a few words about the issue, quoting Tonino Perna, who will not be able to attend, but he sent a text, and it's already an opportunity just to have ideas from him also. He said the inequality between last 20 and G20 has grown in the last 15 years in a terrific manner. In the 2004, the income per capita at purchasing power parity in the G20 was $30,300, and in the last 20 was $1,100 per capita. So you see the difference. In 2019, the last 20 increased at $1,500 per capita, while the G20 arrived at $52,600 per capita. So we have an issue, and we have panelists who prepared to say something, share their reflections on the issue. We will hear, first of all, Imad Anam Wiranata, Indonesia, Doctor in Political Sciences, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Udayana, Bali. Please, floor is yours.
you for the opportunity given to me. Good morning, everybody. Let me start my presentation starting from the colonization and imperialism. This colonization and imperialism was started by the inventions of history or Europe. They tried to find raw material, the conquest, the defeat of new areas, particularly in Asia and Africa, was started. The resistance, the nationalistic resistance is the answer, and as a result, we can see new countries emerge, Asia and Africa. However, in this era, although the physical colonialism and imperialism has disappeared, colonialism and imperialism merged in a new disguise. Call it a free trade. I mentioned free trade is a myth. Why it is a myth? Because there is no free trade between strong actors and weak actors. The result is clear: marginalization. The myth exists because how we calculate our welfare based on the number of trade. How many products that has been export and import? Let's see the sequence of free trade. Global investor, global capitalists invest their money in developing countries. Not because they want to help them, but because they offer cheaper wages and a weak environmental law enforcement. And we have the number of the export, the trade. We don't have the exact number of the environmental degradation, the local people marginalization. Why? Because it is hidden. The number is hidden. The free trade impact to the local environment, the local people is hidden. We are busy with counting the number of trade. Now, as Alberto Bellucci said, he is the proponent of new social movement. He said that in this post-industrial era, it's not only about how to extract raw material and transforming into goods and services, but also it is about sign, symbol, and meaning exchange. What is the symbol? The symbol is the lifestyle. The symbol is democratic promotion, but democratic promotion is framed into the liberalization of individual freedom, the position of the state as a night watchman. What is the result? Democratization could also be interpreted in another way, but the hegemonic power make the democratization into framing the state, particularly as a night watchman. And the state has to observe, has lost control of its obligation to serve its people. And the implication is that why the weak actors, the developing countries, could not compete? Because the expertise is not belong to them. The expertise to proceed the raw material to produce is accumulated in the global investor. So the weak actors will always be marginalized. That's the reality. And I like as a hegemony because this domination is happened through approval, cultural approval, through the superstructure, through the society, through the norms. That the lifestyle, that the symbol of progress of one country is how many skyscrapers that we have, how many, the number of export, the number of imports. We don't see how the state support the local people to be able to have their own skill to handle their resources. We can see many resistance, for example, in Papua, in other places, in custom villages, that in the name of globalization, in the name of international trade, the forests has been converted into plantation. And we don't have the number of how many of them are being marginalized. Now, what is the answer of this? Jürgen Habermas mentioned about life world, the intrusion of life world. Dominant meaning of development is an intrusion, because we are obliged to do the meaning that is enforced by the global power. For example, democratization is the freedom, not about equality, not about the chances of the lower class people to be able to get education. Now, fight this hegemony. Alberto Melucci, not Alberto Melucci, Gramsci has clearly mentioned that to fight this hegemony, we need to have organic intellectuals, those who understand about this domination. This domination, this new colonization happened not because of the gap of information. We are flooded by information. Even a shanty town in developing countries, the villages, we are exposed to social media. However, they are not able to organize this information into the understanding of this domination. So we will need organic intellectuals to refill this and to offer the contestation of new meaning. I give you an example. In 2012 until 2014, there is a big social movement in Bali for almost 3 years. There is investors who see the Benua Bay as a raw material and need to be transformed into big hotels, 5-star hotel. However, this project could be contested by the movement, by the custom village movement, because they are able to find their way, because they are able to offer meaning to the Balinese people that in Bali, the nature is symbolized by God's name. For example, wind is symbolized as God of Vayu. Water is symbolized by God of Vishnu. That we could not distract the environment, because that will also distract the faith to the God. That's why when you are in Bali, we don't see high building, because in Balinese wisdom we are not allowed to build building beyond coconut tree, because coconut tree is the highest natural plant, so we could not go beyond that. There is no skyscraper in Bali because of that building. So we need to have this kind of local wisdom to offer, to contest new meaning, that the meaning of development is belong to the local people, that the government, the state need to go back to its function, to serve its people. We should do something to prevent the government to be handled by the capitalist power that will be able to marginalize the local people. It will not happen through normal process, but we need to have a movement. So I remember what Sukarno said, that colonial's imperialist power, capitalist power, will always try to camouflage, will always try to transform itself. So we need to understand this kind of domination by the movement that we call new social movement, the contestation of meaning. Let's struggle for this meaning, for the better life of the local people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now hear Mira Hauser. She's Associate Professor and Chair of the Department of History at Wajita Baptist University. And give you. Thank you.
Complimented Isaac on being one of the people who pronounces my, I did that in the last session as well, because it begins with the same letters as what we're doing. Well, I warned Darvis when he asked about this that I'm not an economist. And as another disclaimer.
Myra, excuse me. Slow a little bit because it's difficult to understand.
Please do remind me, because I do start talking very fast when I'm speaking in public. So I am not an economist, and I am here tasked with speaking about Burundi, the Central African Republic, the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, Somalia, Niger, Mozambique, Liberia, Madagascar, Malawi, Chad, Eritrea, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, Afghanistan, Rwanda, Togo, Burkina Faso, the Gambia, and Uganda. And I felt a little bit unprepared because I have never yet, I hope this changes, but I have never set foot in a single one of these countries. And despite the fact that I'm an Africanist who studies the continent and that 19 of the 20 countries are in Africa, just don't have a lot of context. So I'm going to go rogue a little bit today and talk about a country that is a lot more familiar to me on account of having grown up there, as well as having done a lot of research and published a lot on the country. And I do not intend for this to be a prescription or a model, but I hope it's just something in historical context that gives us a little bit to chew on and to think about as we think about the economics of decolonization. And so the country that I'm thinking about is Botswana. When I was born, and I am older than I look, but when I was born, it was on this H20 list, and in fact, it was on the H10, I guess, list. It was one of the 10 poorest countries in the world. My parents have a memory, I of course do not remember this, of our first kind of night in Botswana hiding under a bed and listening to bombs fall, and I'll tell you a bit more about the context of that. With this little baby and my American mother wondering very much what was kind of happening to her. Today, Botswana is not on this list. And in fact, it has one of the fastest growing economies in the world. It has a very low level of economic stratification, and so there's a pretty high level of economic equality throughout the country. It gets a lot of attention for being one of the African countries that has a balanced budget pretty much every year. So it's a very different story during even just my lifetime than what it was a while ago. People have easy access to education, so I learned how to read and write in Botswana public schools. I'm not going to blame them for my math skills. That's not their fault, that I can't do math. Good roads, good hospitals, all of the infrastructure that help to make up life. And Botswana has a long kind of history of trying to both use decolonization and colonization and fend it off, as many spaces do. So it's a landlocked country in southern Africa, kind of caught between all the rest of the dynamics of the younger part of the continent, or the southern part of the continent. It has one of the world's oldest records of human societies and Tom people who have lived in the Kalahari. And during the colonization era, it kind of had a very strange place because the British who were in the region thought of it as this dry, dusty patch of land. So they didn't necessarily want the land, but they did want passageway through the land. Again, just kind of in the middle of everything. So that's very important. And so Botswana's leaders became increasingly concerned as the Great Trek kind of came up through Southern Africa and Namibia. Those of you who know Southern African history know that there was this massive movement of Afrikaners up through South Africa and then Namibia, and so that was kind of starting to happen. And so Khama III and other leaders of the Bamangwanta group signed a protectorate agreement with the United Kingdom, where they received some protection from Afrikaners who were kind of a colony. And then the British were able to use this space. And so in a way, it was not a full-fledged colonization in the way that other countries in the region have faced, and I think that's a significant part of this story. Botswana gained independence in 1860, and it was an independence that was not super contested. Again, the British didn't necessarily want the space to begin with. They knew that decolonization was starting to happen. This was an easy territory to let go of, because unlike other spots in Southern Africa, there were not, they thought, a lot of resources that would be helpful to them in order to continue staying. That changed in 1967, though, because diamonds were discovered in Botswana, and it turned out to be one of the largest diamond deposits in the world. And so for the next 20 or so years, there was a lot of prospecting and investigation of what was happening. But there are a few other things happening at that time. So one of those was what's called the marriage of inconvenience. I've seen the movies, I'm sure. This is regarded in film and books between Seretse Khama, the first president, and his wife Ruth, who was a white British woman who he met while studying there. And this was kind of the first way in which Botswana once again started this historical trajectory of trying to negotiate this space with South Africa. South Africa was transitioning to apartheid, and one of the first laws that was passed under the regime was what was called the Mixed Marriages Act, which forbade interracial marriage. I'm so sorry, this thing keeps going out. And for which the commas were certainly used as boogeymen in that. We might a bit slower, so sorry. Thank you for the reminder. So there was already this tension. And then Botswana made the decision together with Zambia and Tanzania to form what were known as the frontline states. And the FLS, which later expanded to other states, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Angola, were states that hosted liberation movement leaders from South Africa and Namibia as they were training, as they were building political will, as they were seeking to end apartheid and colonialism. And so many people passed through this area. And most people coming initially, and then in later years there were more passageways, but coming initially from South Africa into exile passed through Botswana. And this was actually the reason for those bombs that I mentioned earlier on. South African Defense Force would, and especially in the 80s, drop bombs on Gaborone, saying they were going to hit safe houses, but really just kind of terrorizing as part of what they called total strategy, the rest of the region that was helping with anti-apartheid efforts. So it was a dangerous decision to do this. It was also a dangerous decision economically, because as we may remember, Botswana was still on this H20 list at this time. It's still one of the poorest countries in the world, and it's landlocked. So everything that comes to Botswana has to come through South Africa or Mozambique and Zimbabwe, but mostly through South Africa. And so having South Africa as an enemy was, again, a pretty dangerous decision. There are a lot of ways in which people critique the solidarity and the limits of it. We can talk about those in the questions, but that was effectively what happened. So as all that was occurring, by the late 1980s, it was pretty evident that these diamonds were here. There were large deposits of them. And that international corporations, especially the De Beers Corporation, or later Anglo-American, or Anglo-Gold Ashanti now, would be interested in them. And Botswana was actually able to negotiate a position where it formed a corporation called Botswana. So Botswana owns half of the diamond sorts of profits, I suppose, and De Beers owns the other half. And De Beers brought the capital to be able to develop this. And then Botswana, of course, had the diamonds. They brought the diamonds to the table. The reason that they were able to negotiate this was because of the specter of what was happening in Southern Africa. And so negotiations to end apartheid were underway, although this was eventually abandoned, as we talked about however many days ago in our last conversation. There were going to be efforts, or there were efforts to nationalize the mining and extractive industries in South Africa. And De Beers was very scared that this was going to happen. And so Botswana had actually a very favorable negotiating position to be able to say, if you want any access, we want, control as well. So 50% control is not great necessarily. Today, Botswana has bought out a lot of De Beers shares. It has 70% of the corporation. But 50% is better than, frankly, most countries get when this happens. And so with that, it was able to really grow the economy in some pretty significant ways. Now, in the United States, people really like what they call a pulling yourself up by your bootstraps story, which is kind of what this is, the rags to riches story. But these stories have context, and they have reasons why they happen. Because not every country that has gold or diamonds or any type of materials, as we know, is wealthy. Many of the countries on this list, the Democratic Republic of Congo has some of the highest levels of natural resources in the world. I always tell my students we all have a piece of the DRC in our pockets or our hands pretty much most of the time. The sort of lack of engagement from the British is not necessarily part of the story as well. Eritrea and Somalia were both part historically of Ethiopia, which was not colonized and had to put a lot of effort into fighting that. But there are some really interesting things that kind of make Botswana, put Botswana in this space. I will also say, because I'm in a room of activists who I know are sometimes very idealistic, that this is not a perfect solution, and that must be acknowledged as well. So basing, an economy on extractive industries is really problematic in a lot of ways, environmentally, labor-wise, and that's very clear right now because the diamonds are starting to drop. I don't know what happens to diamonds; they aren't there anymore. We pulled them all out of the earth. And so there's been a big push into tourism and then increasingly tech as ways of growing the economy. So the capital then must be used for something else. Getting into business with De Beers is kind of a fraught thing. It is, a monopoly. It has an awful history on the continent and an awful present on the continent and the world. And so while this was able to work for Botswana, that is a decision that is very much critiqued in a lot of spaces. This is also not a zero-sum game. There are people in Botswana who did not benefit from diamonds because of the continuation, in some cases, of migrant labor. One of the things the government committed to doing was to creating towns so that you didn't have the migrant labor assistance as much as we have seen in extractive industries in Southern Africa, but they're still there. That still happens, and that has been a contributing factor, or something that's attributed as a contributing factor to the rise of HIV/AIDS, which is very prevalent in the country as well. And then finally, in order to have this land, people have been moved as well, especially San people, and there's been a lot of critiques of that. So while this has benefited the country as a whole, there are people who have not benefited from this, and that must be acknowledged. 1 minute, oh my gosh, okay. Can I talk really fast for 1 minute? Okay,
High speed.
I don't know that moving from the H20 to the fastest growing economy in the world is everyone's goal, but I did have some takeaways that I thought would be important. I'll try to get these in 1 minute. First of all, historical context and opportunity matter. If Botswana's diamonds were known about a century before, when Cecil Rhodes was out marauding around, we would not be telling this story. If they were discovered 30 years later without the specter of nationalization that De Beers was afraid of, we would not be telling this story. The timing really mattered, and taking advantage of the opportunity really mattered. Related to the spirit of Bandung, solidarity was very important here and built future opportunity. The reason that Botswana was able to be in the negotiating position that it was because of, again, what happened in South Africa and Namibia, and that was enabled by Botswana supporting at a very high cost liberation movements when it was not really economically or from any security standpoint able to do that. The second thing, collaboration can have its place. I know this is very dangerous to say because I am not suggesting that everyone needs to cooperate with De Beers or any other company. That can be such a trap. But in this case, it has worked for Botswana. The country was able to build its economy without entering the Bretton Woods system. There's no structural adjustment here. And without taking on loans from large overseas banks in order to buy mining equipment. And so Botswana fully runs its economy, and I think that's a significant thing here, that the African country with one of the strongest, fastest growing economies on the continent is the one that has arguably the most control. So Botswana's leaders do have full control over the economy, which is not the case for many of the countries on this list. Bilateral agreements and all that. Okay, and then I'm done, I think. Not all of which is uniform, that's the last path.
So let's see whether we have presenters connected. We have Corbin online right now. Okay, so Dr. Executive Secretary of the Council of Presidents of the UN General Assembly, UN expert in self-determination, UN advisor on the Globalization Committee. We say about the hidden key. Thank you.
Morning. I'm not sure if
Don't
I'm
hear
being.
you. Maybe you might be. Oh,
Can you hear me?
yes, now.
Okay. Yes. I just, first of all, good morning, and thank you for accepting this paper proposal. I must make one slight update that have demitted office as as the executive secretary of the Council of Presidents of the UN General Assembly. I represent the Dependency Studies Project, which is a global project that examines the current contemporary colonial world. The paper, of course, therefore focuses on what I would refer to as the prematurity of post-colonialism. That is to say that we are not in an era of post-colonialism, as has been argued by some scholars globally. Yet this is more of an illusion. This adds to the existing challenges faced by the United Nations in implementing its self-determination and decolonization mandate. Now, this mandate comes under Articles 1, 55, and 73 of the UN Charter, as well as General Assembly resolutions and international human rights conventions. Uh, for over for over 2 decades since the independence of Timor Leste in 2002, the UN roster of non-self-governing territories has remained virtually stagnant, with no territory achieving full self-government since that time. This political stagnation belies the perception of a post-colonial context and continues paradoxically in the midst of the fourth international decade for the eradication of colonialism, which was designated 2021 to 2030. The United Nations recognizes 17 non-self-governing territories globally, and these are the territories upon which we concentrate our efforts. These are the remnants of empire, and perhaps there's a modernized version, but remnants nevertheless. Um, none of these 17 have achieved the full measure of self government, which is what is required under the Charter of the United Nations. And this is, of course, permitted even as the General Assembly has adopted 4 decades to this effect, as I mentioned. The principal administering powers are basically operating in 2 regions, the Caribbean and Pacific. Certainly, in the Caribbean, the principal administering powers are the United Kingdom, the United States, and the Netherlands, with France also administering 3 integrated jurisdictions. In the Pacific, the principal administering powers are France and the United States. French Polynesia, New Caledonia, Wallis and Futuna, American Samoa, Guam, Northern Mariana Islands. These are the territories administered in the Pacific region. These territories are administered through a variety of arrangements, dependency governance arrangements, with various forms of autonomy exercised through varying degrees of delegated power to the elected governments. Now, from a historical perspective, the issue of well being and development of colonized peoples as a sacred trust of civilization was referenced in the 1919 Covenant on the League of Nations, particularly, as well as the subsequent United Nations Charter, as I mentioned earlier. The Charter began the first of 3 periods of decolonization, and I make reference to the period 1946, when the first United Nations list was created, through to 1960. This was the decolonization engagement period. This saw the adoption of relevant resolutions on decolonization, which gave substance to the mandates of the Charter. This included some of the earliest attempts to define self government within the meaning of the Charter. Territories such as Puerto Rico and the Netherlands Antilles were redefined during that period on the basis of the early interpretations and of what constituted self-government. Now, in 1960, the two landmark resolutions were adopted. The Decolonization Declaration, 1514 and 1541, were adopted at that time, which particularly 1541, which provides the minimum standard of self-government and the procedures for attaining that self-government. This began the colonization acceleration period. This lasted through to 1990. This is when the majority of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific countries attained full self-government, particularly through independence, generally between 1962 and 1983. Now, the attempt was made to create association models, free association models. And the free association is one of the models which constitutes full self-government on the basis of Resolution 1541. The British attempted this in the Caribbean in the 1960s, but it did not last very long, particularly since the minimum standard of free association was not achieved, and there was a residual power of the United Kingdom. Well, 1990 to the present created an environment which we refer to as decolonization stagnation or decolonization deceleration, where only one territory achieved full self-government, that was Timor-Leste, whilst one territory was reinscribed on the list, which had been previously taken off the list, which was French Polynesia. Now, overall, this period, the decolonization and deceleration period, is characterized by a significant stagnation in the implementation of the mandate. This has been attributed to a number of geostrategic shifts in the immediate post-Cold War era at the beginning of the 1990s. This saw the thawing of the Cold War and the independence of Namibia. The remaining territories were island territories and were projected as too small to become independent or unprepared if they were interested in independence. Now, emergence from this period was the evolution of a growing resistance of the administering powers to comply with their international legal obligations under the United Nations Charter to advance these territories to full self-government. This, of course, these assumptions were on the basis that there was a genesis of a dependency legitimization strategy, which is the era that we are in today, whereby territories are, the territorial models, the contemporary colonial models are projected as acceptable models of governance, of democratic governance, even as they do not meet the minimum standards for self-government. And there are, in fact, there is basic political inequality inherent in those arrangements. Now, these standards continue today, yet they seem to be overlooked. And of course, there is particular decolonization fatigue at the United Nations, given the fact that resolutions are adopted without regard for their implementation. So you have a period where many territories are essentially on the list, resolutions are adopted, but the actions called for in those resolutions are never given substance. Now, the misdirect away from genuine decolonization is replaced by colonial reform. So some nomenclatures is changed, the names, titles of elected leadership, what have you. But the power relationship, unilateral power of the administering authorities remain the same. I believe my clock says I have 1 minute, so I'll try to complete. A solution in solving this dilemma lies in the emergence of a new awareness that the decolonization era did not end in the 1990s, but has only entered a new, more complex phase, requiring a new focus on the global South, on the implications of continued colonialism. These include the use of territories for military purposes, which is a violation of decades of UN resolutions, which recognize that such practices impede the self determination of these territories. To give effect to a new awareness, relevant regional organizations and international organizations, particularly the non aligned movement, should add the issue of contemporary colonialism to their respective agendas and work toward coordinating strategy to advance these territories to full self government to meet the need and the requirement of the United Nations Charter. I think I'm about done. I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Now we hear from Palestine, UK, Dr. Media Politics Studies, journalist, lecturer, founding director of Cambridge Center for Palestine Studies and European Center for the Study of Extremism in Cambridge. So thank you for sharing your ideas and insights in 10 minutes, and then we'll have to discuss. Thanks. The floor is yours. Don't hear you. The microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning to you, and many thanks for inviting me for this important conference. I say good morning in two hats. The first one is really a true morning where you are, whereas it's around 2:30 a.m. here in Cambridge, where we are. It's quite difficult to start talking about Palestine because it seems to us that most people are following what's been happening there. And secondly, it's not that easy to separate between stating the facts and between theorizing. I do appreciate the terms that the last speaker mentioned. At least I quote a few words. And one of them was he spoke about the fatigue in the UN. In as much as these terms are very nice, they seem to us, when we talk about Palestine, to be very diplomatic. In political science and international relations, you either, as a UN or any other organization, you either have the political will or you do not. And it seems that despite the fact that international law is in favor of the Palestinian right, it seems that there is a lack of political will. We are marking exactly this month, November, numerous important events. The first one was so important that it was catastrophic, which is the Balfour Letter or Declaration issued by the British Foreign Secretary in 1917.
We have a problem here with the microphone.
Excuse me?
Just a minute. That's the problem. We are not hearing you quite well. It's a local problem, not with your mic, yeah?
Okay now? Yeah, okay.
Shall I-
You can continue.
Shall I start from the beginning? I'm not sure whether anybody heard me. Hello?
1 minute, please.
Okay, so go ahead. So my client, could you just go ahead?
Can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me now?
No, not yet working now. One more minute, please.
Tes.
Hello?
Check.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Do you think that we can start? Not yet. So you are hearing us, Macron?
I can hear you, Beatrice.
Oh. Okay, now it's working. Yes. Hopefully you can continue.
Well, I was wondering whether anybody heard me earlier, so I don't know where to begin.
No, we haven't heard you. Just the last sentence was it?
You haven't heard me at all?
Yeah. We do. We have been hearing your speech. Just the last sentence was not quite clear.
All right, okay. In any case, what we are now observing with regards to Palestine goes back to exactly 105 years ago, when the British Foreign Secretary Balfour issued the Balfour Declaration, granting the Zionist organization the right to establish a so-called Jewish home in Palestine. And since then, it has been widely accepted that the Palestinian catastrophe took place 3 decades after this decision or letter was made by the British Empire. Since then, the Nakba, or the Palestinian catastrophe, reached its climax between 1947 with the UN partition plan and 1949. But after that, after the occupation of the first part of Palestine, the newly established State of Israel occupied the second part of Palestine. So practically, if we are talking about control, then the Zionist organization or movement which established the occupying state of Israel has been in control of Palestine as a whole since 1947. Now, despite the several uprisings and the ongoing Palestinian resistance, the military power or the military might of Israel has been tipping the balance. We are talking about a nuclear superpower fighting against defenseless people. The Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, just slightly over 2 million, are living or have been living in the last 15 years under siege. And the occupying power controls all matters of life, including water, food supply, and other resources. And if we are talking about the occupied West Bank, then again, they are controlling all aspects of life, despite the fact that there is a so-called Palestinian Authority trying to manage some administrative aspects. But generally speaking, we are talking about still a zero-sum game where the occupying power, Israel, is still in control, still grabbing lands on a daily basis, and the number of Jewish settlers has been increasing since 1967, i.e., since the occupation of the second part of Palestine, or Eastern Palestine and East Jerusalem. So even for those who believe in the two-state solution, there isn't much left really to rely on in order to establish a viable Palestinian state, let alone that at the moment Benjamin Netanyahu came back to power and he has been opposing practically any solution which relies on the UN Security Council activities, let's call them, in the last at least 55 years. So the situation currently still as miserable as it has been in the last 105 years. Therefore, my definition of the Nakba or the Palestinian catastrophe has been revisited lately. And my argument is that despite the fact that it is widely accepted that not only by the Palestinians, but globally, that the Palestinian catastrophe took place in 1948. In particular, my argument is that the Palestinian catastrophe took place in 1917 by issuing this letter known as the Balfour Declaration, which has been ongoing effectively until this very moment. Palestinian struggle for liberation and independence is still ongoing. However, we see that there is a lack of political will. Some call it hypocrisy, especially in the last year when they saw how the Western world immediately started to siding by the Ukrainians, whereas most of those who have been talking about human rights, occupation, etc., have been ignoring the Palestinian cause, Palestinian rights, and the implementation of the UN in general and UN Security Council in particular. So we think from at least a theoretical point of view that the zero-sum game is still the name of the game, and that the win-win situation that some thought that it will take place, especially after the Oslo Accords in 1993-94, would have helped somehow. But certainly this is not the case. After the Oslo Accords, we saw that the Israeli Prime Minister who signed them, Ishaq Rabin, was assassinated by a Jewish settler. And after that, the Palestinian leadership did not have with them the partners who signed the Oslo Accords. Therefore, since Benjamin Netanyahu took power in 1996, and until now, on and off, actually, on more than off, land grabbing has been accelerated, and there is hardly any logical viability for a Palestinian state to be established. So the Palestinians know that counting on the international community is only a dream, and therefore we see that in the last few months, in fact, since May last year, after the war on Gaza and the linkage that was created between East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip, and then later on the war on Gaza last August, we see that Palestinians started to more and more believe that political solutions are not coming, and therefore they have mostly started to believe more and more that resistance, in particular violent resistance, is the response that might impose on Israel to accept whatever have been agreed upon. So the situation at the moment is very far from any win-win situation, and we do not, again, with all due respect to our colleague who spoke, in the case of Palestine, there is no fatigue amongst the international community. There is an intentional agenda controlled by the Israel lobby and the Israel administration in favor of the occupying power, and not at all supporting the Palestinians who have been occupied and at least since 1948. I'll stop here. I hope that you heard something from what I said.
Yeah.
I
So since
can't.
we don't have Ibrahim Sal, Gambia, Senegal, and Ines Remundu is connected. We already said that Tonino sent his paper, he won't attend. So we have time to discuss and comment the presentations, and we will have 15 minutes so that we come back in the previous plan to have the morning. So we'll stop at 11 o'clock, and we have 15 minutes left for the discussion. So I would ask you to ask your questions, comments, but very short, so that we can collect some of them and come back to the panelists for answers and further comments. So please, you just stand and ask your question. There is a microphone. Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Please, you go ahead.
So, well, thank you very much for all of your speeches and very important ideas that you have mentioned. I would like to share with you very rapidly my experiences as a journalist. As I said, my previously prehistoric experience as a journalist before I became a scholar. I really have been in the last 20s, some of them. Particularly, I would like to share with you the experience, for instance, with Somalia, to which I visited. Somalia was the first time I visited, a very singular experience of socialism. And particularly, they were awarded because in short period they were able to avoid illiteracy. And why did they have this achievement? Very important achievement. In a very imaginative way, they decided to close the University of Mogadishu 6 months to ask the youngsters with a record by the there was a leader kept the record to go to the rural areas in Somalia, areas, reserved areas, and during the day to be teachers, by night to record it, oral history of the Somalis, particularly older, to be able for the first time after independence to write their own history. I was there and I interviewed many of the youngsters and many of those of the nomads who have been testimony that experience. And it was really amazing. I saw also many other experiences in Africa. By the time Somalia was accused by the United States to, as it was, we say, but at least sympathetic to the Soviet Union, to have a military base in Berbera. So we were some journalists who were there and others who were invited all through the African countries to visit Berbera to see if it really was a Soviet military. So we went from Mogadishu to Hargeisa in a helicopter, and then from Hargeisa to Berbera, which is in the Red Sea, very hot place. And we were allowed freely to see what was there. And we only were able to see sand, an old port that was at the time not anymore important, and a very sad and unique soldier with an arm, which I suppose it was from the First World War. And that was the Soviet base. But with us, in the delegation of the journalists were two journalists, supposedly journalists, from the US. And they took a map, a satellite map, by the time that was astonishingly new, a satellite picture of a supposed Soviet base in Berbera. And they were able to see and to write that they were not able to see the base, but the base surely was there. By the time the British and the Americans were updating the Diego Garcia base, but very close to Berbera. But the attention by the media was put on the Soviet base in Berbera. So that was one of my various experiences that led me to write an article a few months after that, how you can create and invent a news. Because news, mainly as I have been testimony, are not only based on facts, but many times are based on interest and lies. The other very shortly experience I would like to share with you is the one I had when I came to the Middle East, and particularly Iraq. The first visit I made to Iraq, it was a very prosperous country with very advanced social level, intellectual level. I was able to visit what it was called in the 9th century, the home of the wisdom, which was created by the caliphs to translate the most important translation initiative in the whole human history, which was 2 centuries of translation Greek from Syriac, from whatever to create and to from this that was in the what we call in the West and the Middle Ages. So they have a very important intellectual substance, creative, only perhaps equivalent to some of the most important and developed. So briefly, that country, as well as other countries, and Palestine, I think it's was simply destroyed. It was one of the most important countries in the Middle East to think to be sovereign, to think to be independent. And for instance, there were one of the most important financial support of the Palestinian, of PLO, that was Iraq. So how was the way to destroy Iraq? Through war. Kuwait first, and Iran war. That is the way to destroy a very important experience. How was destroyed Somalia? Ogaden war. How are destroying other experiences? Through confrontation. So I think we have to be aware of that. The trap of this, of course, there are some historical problems to be solved. The frontiers, in the case of the Ogaden, that was a discussion because of the frontiers were those of the colonial time. So Ogaden is Somali, it was Ethiopian, Somali war, but was the war inevitable? So I think that my experience is that one of the traps we are always in, first, the mass media. They create the way we see the war, the world, the news of the world, the international politics through the media. But the media is controlled by a few agencies very close related to very concrete interests. And secondly, through these conflicts, the Roman way of saying, divide and you will beat the other. So thank you very much. Yeah, understood.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Now, so you will have the possibility also to comment what Beatrice put out. One remark, and then we will ask the participants here to ask questions. Nkrumah said, Africa is not poor, but Africans are. And we hear about resources. These countries have resources. The easiest way, we don't have time to mention the meetings in Africa with other developed or developing countries, but we see that there is a kind of global appointment with Africa, with summits in Africa, and everyone who has the ambition to lead or to be developed has his appointment with Africa. So now, maybe this is a possibility for the global South to go another way, because Bandung is also understood, like interpreted and yes, programmed, put as a moral force. We have it as a moral force. It means even if you could exploit the resources like the capitalist countries did it, there should be a kind of moral force, not to go the same way, but to initiate other ways to cooperate with these countries who need the money and the support, but don't have the possibility to choose a way this would happen. So my question is, what can you say about this contradiction about the restlessness of the countries and the poor situation of people regarding the possibilities we have from the global South and from Asia also. The rise of Asia is an opportunity for Africa and for these countries, but how should that happen so that we don't have the same results in, 20 years, 50 years. So thank you. Let's have some questions and comments from the participants, and then you will have 2 minutes to react and then answer. So please, Wolfgang, you have a question.
Microphone, please.
Because of our online attendees,
Yeah.
it's better you use mic.
No. Hello.
Hello, thank you very much for the panel and as well on and offline for the presentations, which were very instructive. I learned a lot, but I have a question, even 2 questions. One is, we didn't use the word nation, but we're talking about the United Nations. What is a nation, particularly for the gentleman, Mr. Corbyn, Dr. Corbyn, talking from the UN. How do you define the nation? Because we talked about certain territories being too small to be independent. How do you assess this being too small? The second question concerns all panelists and speakers. It's particularly about this idea of the pre-colonization period. What can we learn, particularly as the West, including the Europeans in particular, of course, from the period before colonization? There must have been some kind of governance culture which we can learn from, being really African, Latin America.
Online, maybe our participants. Do you have questions? Comments? No comments. So I would say every panelist, you take 2 minutes so that we can enjoy also break. So thank you. To start, Mira or
Thank you. Well, to answer Wolfgang's 2 questions, I think of a nation as an identity group, and then the state as the sort of structure. One contributing factor in Botswana, and I didn't talk about this, is the fact that it has a very, for the most part, again, about that cohesive national identity, and because of the whole geopolitical sphere, when the territories were drawn at the Berlin Conference, it's mostly ethnically homogenous, and so it already was a nation. And that kind of helps to answer your second question, actually, in that there's been a lot of continuity between the pre-colonial and the intercolonial. So, for better or for worse, and again, many critiques of this, the leader that negotiated the protectorate status was the grandfather of the first independent president, whose son has been president. And so there are a lot of critiques of nepotism, but there's also this line that's run through where this particular group that was very well respected was able to sort of build some continuity there. And as a traditionally democratic society, there was some ability to kind of build that. So I think there's a lot that we can learn. We talked yesterday about the fact that there remain many barriers to that. I think the idea that Africa or any region just returns to pre-colonial whatever is, it would be logistically difficult probably, but that's a much more nuanced conversation for longer than 2 minutes.
Actually, in Asia, before Asia, we know system of many kingdoms. President. National ideology, Pancasila, 5 principles. The 5 principles. What is that? Togetherness, gotong. So that principle actually mentions about not utilitarian system, not about majority and minority. If although the number is small, their rights should be. That's why in Indonesia, the minority group is protected. So, again, this principle should be the basis of how this country is run. Should apply like a social market economy. When we see marginalized people, when we see it's rich country in natural resources, we could invest to Indonesian people until they are able to use their own natural resources. It's much better than sell them, that other exploit them and export to other countries, and leave the environmental degradation to the local people. That's why we need to, in Indonesia, we need to reflect again the spirit and the struggle of our founding fathers and try to in the new. So my perspective is that different perspective compared to the democratic promotion that is done by the United States compared to the Indonesian way of democratic promotion. Democratic promotion by the Indonesian way is not about the state try to be right towards men, neglecting the minority group, but how to include inclusive approach to all citizens. That's why, by this way, the ideology of Pancasila mentioned by Soekarno. Soekarno is not the inventor of Pancasila. He tried to dig the principle in the life, everyday life of the Indonesian people. So this is the challenges by the Indonesian people, and I believe that this wisdom could be by the Indonesian people as long as we are able to, let's say, try to reveal that hegemonic power and try to remember back what is the function of this country, what is the constitution mentioned, protect all of the citizens. That's the reason why country Indonesia is built.
Thank you. We thank you. It's a Carbon and Corey and then we will close the session now. So, yes, not from Carol.
Yes, in terms of one of the statements that was made regarding the territories being too small for independence, that was a reference to the position taken by the administering powers, which is their rationale for indicating that the territories cannot advance further. So that's not particularly my position. In fact, I reject that position. The reference to my colleague from Palestine with regards to fatigue, and I think that that is very specific to the small territories. I fully concur with him that this is a matter of political will. And indeed, the overall overarching problem is indeed the political will to act upon that which the international community has agreed. And in that respect, there are clear commonalities. Those are my 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment. Makram, do you want to comment?
Oh, yes, I've just heard you now. Thank you.
Okay,
Well, thank you for all these contributions. But I'd like to point out that we are talking about the rules and the values of the international community, especially as they are exercised or not by the UN. And when you are talking about this particular territory, which saw tens of UN decisions, none of them has been implemented, one truly asks about the efficiency of this body and about the options that are in front of people, and I'm talking about the Palestinians who have been living either as refugees in the diaspora under severe human circumstances and conditions. We are talking about still the UNRWA taking care of at least 6 million Palestinians in the, well, if not directly financially, at least several million Palestinians, both in Palestine and in neighboring countries, let alone about the rest of the Palestinian refugees. So if decisions were taken to establish, at least according to this route, to establish two states in historical Palestine, then why can one flourish? One state can flourish, and all these members or powerful members or permanent members of the UN Security Council can collaborate with this occupying power and do not adhere at all to all the other decisions that have been made in order to grant freedom and liberation for the Palestinians. This is something that the Palestinians and their supporters find to be obscene, let alone that even if we allude and mention the political theories, one cannot actually find any explanation why these decisions have not been implemented so far, whereas in front of our eyes all, in front of the eyes of the international community, the occupying power is not only an occupying power, is now officially a global apartheid, i.e. an apartheid which is supported by global powers, including members of the UN Security Council.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. We thank all the panelists and speakers here and participants also. And we will just take these insights and go and keep on discussing. But now we close the session. We'd like to thank you all, and I will give it to you to manage the following part. Thank you.
Lectures and sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, after session time, we are now taking a break. You may have 10 minutes to taking time off and pleasant up, and we'll be back at 11:20 a.m. The coffee break will be available at the back corner of the ballroom. Thank you.
Avec mon continuation, je vais partir bientôt, mais j'ai mon avion ce soir à minuit. Je ne vais pas pouvoir après la deuxième session, oui. Ah bon? Oui, mon avion, oui. Je ne serai plus pour l'aéroport d'être important. Bonne continuation.
Information, ladies and gentlemen, we have dancers. If you want to take a picture with a dancer, please welcome in front of the stage. Once again, for information, ladies and gentlemen, while waiting for you to coffee break, we have the dancers, black and yellow dancers. If you want to take a picture with them, please ready for your camera and stand beside of the dancers. Thank you. We can take a picture together with the dancers.
Thank you.
It's okay for men as well, or is it only for women? Men can go there, not only women. No, women. Won't touch the ladies. Join. Hi, could you take
Everybody else taking photo?
Dua, tiga. Satu. Lagi sekali. Satu, dua, tiga.
Can I take
Once again.
Oh, bye.
Same.
Satu, dua, tiga. Sekali lagi. Satu, dua, tiga. Dua. One, two. Once again. One, two, three.
Kasih. Thank you. Again, sorry.
Why don't take picture, please? Okay, thank you. Because we only have one.
One more.
Join. Come.
Wow. Silakan.
Ya, masih agak atas ya, Mas? Ya. Makasih ya, Mas ya. Warna kan?
Okay.
Ya, ya, ya.
Big smile.
Okay.
Don't worry, we have the WhatsApp too.
Cek. Makasih ya. Yang punya Pak Udin.
Very much, miss.
Oh, nggak minta lagi.
When somebody can take your picture.
Ya.
Sini, Mas.
Ya.
Thank you. Berdua tadi belum dapat. Dah, dah.
Oh, foto apa nih? Saya foto nih. Oh, cari orang.
Siapa yang foto? Sampai ini ya. Sama ini ya. Iya.
So this world is actually moving towards from bipolarity to a new kind of tripolarity since February 2022 when the Russia-Ukraine war started. Next, Sukarno 1955 Bandung speech and Sukarno 1958 from Bertrand Russell's thinking. He said that words divided by group of Declaration of Independence, which is United States and Westerns, and group of Communist Manifesto, that time is Soviet and France. But then Sukarno said there's a group of Asia Africa who do not want to follow this and do not want to follow that. That is his actual word. The group which is want to build up their countries according to the respective national identity and interest. Next, I think this is the guru of Sukarno, the teacher of Sukarno, Tan Malaka. He's a philosopher and thinker of Indonesia. You know, he said one day that actually the world has to be divided as the same, equal region, equal size, and everything like that. Because for Tan Malaka, it's very simple. The small dog will not eat each other. But when we make one dog bigger than each other, then they will eat the smaller one. That's the concept of Tan Malaka, and I think this is very important because if you can imagine that in that picture, the red one is the alliances group. The nation which is lonely is maybe Ukraine today is the small one, and the powerful one maybe like Russia, maybe China, maybe other than that. Next. So the problem is the game of war in technology and the worst kind of Cold War that happened. Next. I use the network-centric warfare system structure because I teach at the ITB, Bandung in system structure. I will just be fast from here. You will see from what is the operation, the common situation awareness, to the next slide. Next. When you see technology, we have the initiative and improvisation because of the technology capability. There's the different one between the first slide and the second slide. And for this one, we requirement of kind of work today is we call it network-centric operations, which is involving software development, networking technology, large-scale system integration, and system engineering. I'm not going to detail for this, but you can see later what I'm saying. So the next thing is the issue of capitalism on military-industrial complex. I met Madam Madeleine Albright in Bratislava on my meetings in Bratislava several years ago. And she said to me, like, Connie, you know what? The world is simply divided by two things. The coalition of the willing, which is United States, NATO, and France. The rest of the world is coalition of the unwilling. You like it or not, you are there. So it's kind of shocking me when I spoke to Madeleine Albright and she said like that. And I said, okay, so Indonesia, we cannot be non-alignment movement. Whatever you want. You can be NAM, you can be something else, but you are coalition of the non-willing in front of our belief. So I was like so shocked. They simply divide the world like black and white. Next is about world and strategic stability factors. You know, today we are so busy with staring at Russia will attack the nuclear weapon, blah, 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 blah. I don't believe that. Because if we see from the strategic stability factors, there's a retaliation first attack will be weak, or the offensive weapon will be weak. But this is very old knowledge. The missile defense, anti-cyber defense, air defense, everything is gone until the period. Especially after the USSR and US signing the agreement on ABM on 1972. But now it's become the non-nuke system, precision weapon, non-nuke strike, and network-centric system, or network-centric operation in the war, which is using space weapon. And that is very dangerous because it's affecting the sustainability of political and military relations. Next. So this is the hard fact, and nothing but the hard fact. When we are talking about the nuclear war, it's nothing comparing with the space weapon. 90% people is facing the war of the space weapon. Space weapon, you don't need blood. Whatever happened to that, you know what? Why the first day when the Ukrainian war, Russia war happened, I'm into Russia position because I think Russia is being bombarded by a kind of war that we cannot see the blood, but it's even worse than Ukraine. Can you imagine a country with the 4,000 sanctions? It's still alive to this minute. I just came back from Moscow last week. And they survived on everything. So precision weapon, rapid global strike hypersonic weapon is second after the space weapons dangerous. So that's why I'm not talking about nuclear weapon here. Nuclear weapon is far easier than a space weapon, a precision weapon, and rapid global strike hypersonic weapon. Next. So the main factor affecting strategic stability is actually the one that I mentioned before. But the very important things we have to remember, this is going to bring the growing conflict intensity and then the crisis or the system of the international institution. That is the most problem we are going to face. Next. So now we have the map of the bigger and deeper Cold War between East versus West, between US versus China, between Russia versus NATO and US, and Ukraine take the position as a happy victim. This is we have to stop. I don't understand why President Zelensky up to this minute wanting to take that position. I don't understand why Ukraine wanted to take this position, because the war is not between Ukraine and Russia in my position. It's between NATO, United States, into Russia in somebody's land. If I become Zelensky, I will reject it. How come you fight in my country, in my lands? Next is information as weapon of competitive advantage. In military domain is something like this. I'm not going to go to my class, but this is what happened with the very powerful weapon and competitive advantage on the communication and sensor and everything. But in civilian domain, actually we use it as well, including me, because somehow I did it. Next. The weapon of mass destruction today is social media. You know, so many propaganda, which is very wrong. I try to give already to balance the thinking of how this Russia-Ukraine wars happen. Everybody always said like this, Corey, how much you pay by Russia? How much you pay by Putin, because you made President Putin already? You know, as academician, whatever I say is like propaganda in their eyes. I'm not propaganding anything. I'm talking about something, how to stop the war. And how can you stop the war if you don't want to communicate with diplomats? They stop to communicate Russian diplomat. They kick out Russian diplomats from everywhere. For me, in international relations, you have to talk to solve the problem. So because of the diplomatic way doesn't work, then I took my position as an academician. But still, they call me propagandist of Russia. I don't mind. At least I become friend of President. Next. So, how to non-alignment movement to stop the war. Okay, let me very fast. This is the very important things you have to understand between the physical domain, information domain, and cognitive domain. And that's here, the black one is actually information edge of warfare. This is a very dangerous, more dangerous than nuclear weapon. Trust me. Before you tell me the story about the Iraq, right? See, Iraq and wars, we see it like different now. For me, it's like wondering why Russia been sanctioned with so many things. Why we cannot do that to the United States of America by invading Iraq and so on and so forth. Next, so the world is the means of massive change. First is cyber information, physical identity as a security, information as a weapon, and then a universal need to share, and then knowledge as empowerment, new threat, new opportunities, new ways of thinking about information, new structure in strategic war, and this has to be the non-alignment movement adoption and balancing power to a new environment. I think you mentioned that before in our meeting, right? Your friends from social media? Yes. Yeah, how to use the social media power, to increase our non-alignment. So this is almost finish my slide. But the new non-alignment movement quadrilateral concept should be, next please, Africa, Asia, India, Russia, China, and Latin America should join together on synergize, standardize, coordinate, and foster mutually united non-alignment thinking and deploy strategic networks. Next, this is my last slide. The non-alignment revolutionary measure to address factors affecting strategic stability. Non-alignment movement should be overview on how and in what factor affecting the real fact of strategic stability should be dealt with in the near future. We should be able to push internationally important issue on how to achieve mutual understanding between US and NATO countries towards Russia and China using non-alignment movement, translateral, academic, diplomacy, and media social propaganda. Non-alignment movement should push quadrilateral dialogue between US, NATO, Russia, and China with the non-international seminars, discussion using platform, and mechanism of non-web of context. So we are here is very, 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 very important. NAM should be immediately drafting multilateral treaty between 5 new powers and 5 ICE countries, including the users such as NATO, 5-power defense arrangement, AUKUS, etc., maybe the Quad, towards the transparency and predictability in this area. Last but not least, Elon Musk issue. I love and adore Elon Musk so much until he joined Ukraine war and helped Ukraine to the most dangerous situations. I would really wish that he came to G20 because I want to see him, but he canceled in the last minute. So thank you.
Thank you for this very important speech. Vocative also. So, after the speakers, yeah, please.
It's nice to be after this talk because so all encompassing, but it gave me the courage to say that in the most maybe radical women's peace movement, we talk also about geoengineering, the kinds of developments that are not being even discussed. We haven't discussed them here, the hard experiments and all the weapons in the space, and Verhoeven and really radical peace feminists claim that we are now at a terminal stage of patriarchy, where planet itself is, Mother Earth is being used as a weapon of mass destruction, because with geo warfare, you can storms, you can move tsunamis and all things. That the women's movement maybe does not have the kind of power that we can stop the current wars. I have all respect for the people here who, on a higher political level, maybe can have an impact. But we have a different perspective, and that is that the Cold War and the war against women has already lasted 1,000 years, and we have to raise consciousness about how to stop those wars, everyday wars, if the planet survives. So my perspective is that we also have to change the paradigm in terms of global education and the cultural symbolism of the maternal ethos, which has to be part of the dominant worldview and imaginary. And I show what all of the things are that need to change. I have been a professor of educational sciences at the University of Oulu, and Finland is supposed to be one of the best educational models. So we have been including inclusion and eco-social civilization as a main strategy vision in our educational system. Anyway, the key things that need to change regarding global education, socialization, to stop violent relationships between nations and between humans, and also nature. I think we should also be concerned about the war against non-human people, which is the native term for animals. The norm of the human has to change from Homo economicus, which approaches everything from an economic point of view, to Homo donans, the giving human, which is the norm in matriarchal societies. And well, I have trouble reading seeing that. So we need to heal the psychological and mental split in the human psyche and return our sense of being part and not separate from nature. I believe that COVID, for instance, may well have come from our poor treatment of animals. We need a shift from a mechanical back to an organic concept of nature, adopting the best patriarchal and indigenous traditional ecological knowledge systems, and undoing the hegemony of the hegemonic science, because it studies things in isolation instead of through the life force, which is the typical indigenous paradigm. And we need to change cosmologies and eco-social myths, which I call eco-myths, place or at least complement the prevailing master narratives and myths which focus on conquest and heroism. The young people have to be given hope of a different kind of world, and the educational system now, hopefully also area of influence will cover alternative mythologies. Political system, they have to be remodeled on earth democracy, which is a term used by the Indian ecofeminist Vandana Shiva, with examples taken from, for instance, European patriarchy, where they had men's and women's councils, and the elderly women, the most vulnerable members of society, had the power over war and peace. And they did not easily go to war. War was only to defend one's culture. And I was in Montreal in 1994 when there was the Oka crisis, and I watched from nearby how the European elderly women decided the war situation. There was a conflict because the Quebecois wanted to extend a golf course on their sacred lands and on their graveyard. So the women decided that was a sacrilege and worth going to a battle, and so they occupied the bridge leading to Montreal. Once they won this battle, there was only one person dead. The point I'm making here is the women were very much in the center of the decision making. Still, the media portrayed only the Mohawk warriors as being the ones deciding everything. There was total lies in the system. So then also from exchange, we have to move from exchange market economy as a fundamentalist practice, and from capitalistic privatization of the commons to the gift imaginary. Gender notions of honor and shame must be transformed from legitimating violence. And this is the everyday war that women experience around the world, somewhere more than others. And men also are victims of a dehumanizing socialization, which instills in them toxic notions of masculinity linked with violence. I think that NATO-Russian war in Ukraine, like all wars, has taken a huge toll, in particular on children and women, as reports of sexual violence increase in Ukraine. Following the COVID-19 isolation, violence against women has increased significantly. Patriarchal gender systems render women vulnerable in multiple ways, with wartime sexual aggression being natural level reflection what they suffer even in times of peace. Russian women also are very vulnerable as a result of the COVID-related violence. It is known that men returning from war with traumas in the States, well, everywhere in the world, risk becoming more violent. So this is my caricature, intentionally provocative view of how the world could be. On the left, you have the Iroquoian great law of peace, and on the right, the current hegemonic system, which we have to transform from being this hierarchical system of exploitation. I was shocked when I visited Firenze, Florence in Italy, because all over the city and in hotels, I was faced with pictures of statues or seeing statues with very violent depictions of killing goddesses and mythological women. And the women in the city didn't think anything about it. They got used to it and they didn't even see the violence anymore. So I think we sometimes have to question why we have these kind of, why this is culture. So here is a summary of the radical differences between the gift and exchange or matriarch patricultural ethos. Of course, I don't have time to specify which cultures, when, where, because this is just a kind of a stereotypical, not stereotypical, but heuristic categorization of the differences between the most peaceful and the worst countries, cultures in the world. On the left hand, you have peace and equality. On the right side, war, tyranny, elites versus others. On the left, positive relations of mutuality and trust, because the homodonance, the gift-giving norm of the human prevails. On the right, you have economy based on scarcity, created artificially, and artificial needs to create demand on the market. And the current neoliberal project of fencing the commons, including knowledge systems, to create possibilities for making profit. In the matriarchal, matrilineal, matristic, and other peaceful cultures, you have an economy based on abundance and sharing of the commons and of the surplus, which becomes, on the right side, the culture of homo economicus as the human norm, and the abundance, the surplus becomes interest to benefit the few. On the left, you have the idea of responding to needs without requirement for immediate feedback. You have a notion of circular giving, whereas on the right, you have the idea of having to deserve even social assistance, and much blaming and shaming of those who don't have anything. You also have authority-based, not on weaponry, but on experience of justice. And of course, in many religions, in their extreme forms, you have a form of authority that derives from sacred written texts and dogma that allow and promote domination of nature and women when they are linked with institutional powers. Here is an example of a different world where, as I spoke yesterday about the 3,000 years of peace in Southeastern Europe, the Danube civilization, there were women's councils, women goddesses that represented the life force and the reproduction of all forms of life. Yeah, I will finish it. The final thing, I give you two examples of how the matriarchal symbols have also been appropriated to the war culture, and that's why I think they have to be changed as well. I do quilt art, and this is my version of the swastika, which you know probably from the Nazis as a totally different symbol. I have found that in India, in Asia, in Northern Europe, everywhere, women's textiles from the past are full of this symbol, and it's the symbol of the life force, and the life force and the cosmic energies. So it's been appropriated totally against its spirit. And next, last slide. I don't want to demonize only the Russian war, but I think this shows how the fertility symbol of the Matryoshka doll has now become a symbol of state power. So the mother doesn't matter anymore. It's the male leader. And this is, I would have liked to include a picture of Donald Trump having a temper tantrum on the floor like a little kid. Thank you.
Thank you. Each, remembering that there has been always this aim to end war and to end conflict, and that how important women are in this sense. When you mentioned I was thinking on sense and action to science when Plato think about through education to create education with of understanding life, and of the proposal was to eradicate this teaching of our mythology, because if we are speaking about gods who are always fighting, lying, so how can we educate new generations with other values. So I think that's a permanent preoccupation, a challenge we have. So we have now 2 online speakers. Sorry. So pleasure to have you. You have the floor. We would like you to have a 10 minutes. Of course, if you want to present your research, your to know better, speak for them.
Hello.
You are audible.
Januardi. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Beatrice Bisio and Professor Dananjay Rai. I feel happy to be a speaker here. And also I want to say thank you to Professor Radu Sudori. I'm sorry to present my insight here online. Yeah. Today I want to share about human dignity and stopping wars, how to stop the wars by understanding human dignity. I want to talk about 3 parts today. First of all, about humans are born as noble and dignified creature. Yeah. As a human, we have so many potential like mind, soul, and so many another potential. And knowing our potential is very important to be a good human, to make peace in our life. Yeah. And I remember that German writer John van Goethe, yeah, he wrote about he who knows himself and knows his neighbor will never be separated. I think that if we know ourselves, we are a human creature and we must to be human. We must to make a peaceful in our life. So this is very important for us as a human. And second part, I want to say about war. War can undermine human potential. We have intellectual potential, emotional potential, and so many intellectual potential. Yeah, war can undermine human potential and will be impact. Yeah, intergenerational revenge, unfinished revenge, such as retaliation from generation to generation. And we need to create cities of dialogue. I think as a human being, we must to create cities of dialogue, cities of peace in all over the world, and also cities of understanding, how to understand each other, yeah, how to understand our neighbor, our friend, our colleague in over the world, from over the world. On the other hand, we have so many obstacles, some problem in creating peace building. First of all, some people consider each other as enemies. They believe that their friend is not friend, but enemies. So this is the first problem. And also some people don't care. They don't care about other people, and excessive use of power and exclusion of dialogue. And also, I think we must to handle this problem with stop colonial hegemony. Colonial hegemony, something like something like I have a power and you are powerless. Yeah, something like that. I think we must to end like this and promote dialogue. We must to promote dialogue, yeah, and abandon violence, and we must to make something in Islamic term kalimatun sawa. Kalimatun sawa is what in bahasa Indonesia titik temu or intersection point between us. So this is very important for me. And the third part of my presentation today is about respect for human dignity is very important to make to make a peaceful civilization. We must to make and we must to speak out, stop the war, and maybe from this conference we will make something like declaration to stop the war, yeah, something like that, and we must to share mutual respect each other, mutual respect, mutual coexistence, also mutual and also coexistence, not only coexistence but also pro-existence, to exist all of us as a human being. And Muhammad Mustafa Al-Maragi is Sheikhul Al-Azhar, Grand Sheikh of University of Al-Azhar from Egypt, has in his speech at the World Religion Conference in London, he said that international friendship is very important to overcome any conflict. Yeah, and I think we must to keep our international friendship like this conference, and this is very important to reduce, and to stop the wars. I think that's all from me, Professor Beatrice and Professor Dananjay. Thank you very much.
Knowledge of the way you understand the challenges we are facing in relation to war. Then, an online colleague who is Awalu Udragogo from Burkina Faso and Canada, assistant professor at the York University. Please join us there with hearing us. You was online. Are you here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to speak from Toronto. It's 11 p.m. here, but I'm trying to not to sleep, but I will join the conversation, and I'm truly happy. I would like to extend my very, very thanks to all of you. I would love to be here, and I'm jealous of seeing all these nice pictures from your floor. But I'm with you in my heart and in my mind, and my contribution will be only a clarification of some concept related to war and conflict. And as my previous colleague mentioned, I will be brief and go straight to three points. Number one, I think that the whole concept of stop the war call us a kind of reconceptualizing the very idea of war itself and moving away from that to come to conflict in the sense that I see less wars, but conflict around the world, internal conflict, political turmoil, political deconstruction, and then of course the whole ideology related to domination and colonial powers. So number two, I think that this is absolutely important to reconceptualize our idea of war and moving away from the so-called just war doctrine from the Western civilization to a more re-understanding of that concept from the East, or the Confucius doctrine, the idea of war from Ibn Khaldun, and also, of course, the whole conception of Africa in terms of war. And for me, I think that, and I will make a provocative contribution here. I think that the former presentation, the first one, drawing on the conflict between Russia and China, and Russia and US and NATO. I think that if you go deep to the history of war, the fact is that we have witnessing less and less wars between states. This is the fact. We have wars, of course, Ukraine here and there, but for the long historical trend, we have less wars among states. The thing that we have is internal struggle and related to the state formation. And this is why my colleague is right to focus on human dignity. In fact, the only way that we may stop war is not only to understand the war, its causes related to competition, to security, to pride, etc., but also to understand the very consequences of war. That leads me to my second point. If the citizens themselves around the world, whether in Canada or in Indonesia or in the US, if the citizens, they do not primarily understand that war is obviously a bad thing, nothing good can come out of that. It's a misery. And today, if you ask the question to Ukrainians, they will tell you that war is a misery. So we must understand the very consequence of war. It's about killing each other, destroying cities, destroying families, destroying hospitals and buildings. So war is absolutely a misery. And this is why understanding that will lead me to my third point. We must quickly, and this is absolutely urgent, to rethink of the new conceptualization of citizenship. We must give to our citizens tools and means to control the democratic process. If we lose that, then the government can always come through social media, through propaganda, try to pull us into conflict. That must be avoided. So we must urgently reconceptualize world citizenship, which means that it's no longer the whole idea of citizen based on the whole idea of nation state, that we use the whole idea of social institution to organize the very whole idea of the state. We must move forward in terms of globalization, in terms of interdependence, in terms of co-building together knowledge, episteme, in order to question the encrusted dogmas that continue to push us into conflict. I believe that, in fact, where you are today is an absolute opportunity, a momentum to send a strong message to world leaders that now within academia, primarily from the global south, we know the unknown. We know what is in books. We know what happened in the history. And the history tells us that if we do not do nothing, then we rebuild this, we make the same mistake. I believe concretely that it's an opportunity to rediscuss these concepts loaded with values shaped by an ideology to continuously dominate the world in a way that cannot sustain. And quite frankly, climate change is here to remind us that the whole neoliberal institution that has been created after New Hampshire in 1944 that lead us to the climate crisis. So the message of stop the war means three things for me. Number one, clearly reconceptualizing the very idea of war and understanding the consequence of war. And third, reconceptualizing the idea of citizenship. That will bring us to well-known people living together in a kind of strong understanding of the fact that we are different, but we are all the same. Thank you for listening to my conversation, and then I'm happy to answer questions.
Very inspiring conclusion with these 3 points you mentioned at the end of your speech. Now we have the last online speaker who is accompanying us. Oh, I have the paper. Please help me.
Rajesh Kumar Srivastava. Srivastava. We have 10 minutes.
You have the floor.
Yes. Is it my turn, ma'am? Am I audible?
Welcome. Yes, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak on this occasion. I would like to start my discussion with 3 or 4 points. First thing I would like to ask regarding the Ukraine and Russia war. Was this war necessary? This is my first question. Now, second one is, were there no other alternatives left except killings and missile attacks? This is my second question. Now, the third one is this war not a burden on the face of humanity? Now, fourth one is it not attacking mercilessly when you are strong? And the last question, do the modern wars not define the fact that we have entered again into the Middle Ages? Friends, on the one hand, we are manufacturing missiles, bombs, fatal drones, submarines equipped with deadly weapons, and at the same time, on the other hand, we are talking about United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. My Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi is absolutely right when he says this is not the era of war. We have been engaged in many wars in the past. Sometimes we have in the recent past we have seen 2 world wars, First World War and Second World War, and so many other different wars. But these wars did nothing for the peaceful coexistence of the world. I am wondering, friends, why the UN is not able to control the situation. It is UN's responsibility to restore normalcy in the world. We have rich legacy in the form of Bandung-Belgrade and Havana charters, but the veto-powered nations like United States, United Kingdom, France, China, and Russia, once again they are trying to bring a new form of colonialism. And this colonialism will be based on the supply of warheads, the supply of war weapons, deadly weapons. This is a new kind of war. This is new kind of economic colonialization. Now, my friends, I have few lines I have composed. If the chair permits me to recite those lines. So, the title of that is The Bard's Cry on War. Couple of years back, I have just composed these lines. Wailing widows, crying child, sobbing mothers, passions wild, implore to erase this curse of war, thirst for blood, greed for gold, hunger to snatch beach and bower, lust for power robs the fertility of life on earth. War, war, war. Is it to create a new paradise? Is it to expand Earth's size? Is it to kill brave and bright? Is it to make a peaceful life? Is it to measure space dark or to seize divine mark? Wars render eyes with tears, shake our heart with shock and fear, lock our lips that sing melodies. How long will suffer this earth, alas? Let us free, swarm of dove. Let us flow, flood of love. Let us glow, light of wisdom. Let us blow, black kingdom. Lords must listen, hearts cry. Make not this soil dearth and dry. These are the lines which I would like to speak against the war. No war, if you are really honest and there is any kind of transparency, in your decision. So there should not be a big gap between what you think and what you say and what you do. There is a big gap here we find. And we must start war. If we are really honest, we must start war against poverty, war against illiteracy, war against diseases, fatal diseases, war against, the so many other things that are harmful for the peaceful coexistence of the world. There are many saints, particularly in India. I would like to remind you that we need another Gautam Buddha who preached us peace and non-violence. There was no scope for war in his philosophy. Now again, in the first decade of the 20th century, when Mahatma Gandhi led the Indian freedom struggle, we find that he was also fighting against so many diseases, so many evils in society. Not a single drop of blood was shed on behalf of that philosophy Gandhi led. But we again need another Gandhi for the world peace, for the peace of the world, for the peaceful coexistence of the world. We need another Martin Luther King. We need another Sukarno, who was very much concerned about the peace on life. So I think nowadays there is no need of any kind of war that is harmful for the life of human being on this earth. So thank you very much for providing me the opportunity to speak on war.
Thank you very much for your contribution and for reminding us that we have also other wars against poverty, as you mentioned. And
Thank you.
peace. Thank you very much. We have another online contribution.
We have another speaker, Dimitris. He's a journalist, writer of Defend Democracy, former former advisor to Prime Minister on East-West relations. Welcome to.
Welcome, Dimitris. The floor is with you. You have 8 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Protest.
Did you hear us, Dimitris? The floor is yours. Welcome to the panel. Are you hearing us, Dimitris? Please, your mic. Your mic is off. It's muted. We can't hear you, Dimitris. Please. Dimitris.
Is it okay now?
Okay.
So, good morning from Greece. I would like to be with you, but unfortunately, I cannot be to this. I could not be to this beautiful country. Speaking about war and peace, we need first of all to observe the reality of our times. And one of the main realities is that our global system is generalizing wars. It is getting to a situation, I would say, of permanent war. Examples: the war the Western ruling classes have launched against the popular classes inside the West by destroying the United States and in particular European welfare state. We have the war of the Western ruling classes against the south and the east of our planet. We have the war of, now we have even a war, an indirect war of America against its European allies, because it's Europe which is suffering most from the consequences of United States sanctions against Russia. We have also a war against our civilization, I don't know also what is happening with coronavirus, because I have read recently a distinguished figure of the mainstream Western establishment, Mr. Jeffrey Sachs, professor of Columbia, stating that most probably the COVID has come out of an American laboratory. And we have also a generalized war against our culture, or cultures, if you prefer, against human civilization and against the planet, the nature, without, by disturbing which we are all doomed. That means that the system of Western capitalism, which has dominated the world for about 5 centuries now, or at least for 3 centuries, is in deep crisis, and it is answering to this crisis by war, as it has done previously and provoked the First and the Second World Wars. It is also responding by forms of fascism. This we have seen in the use of the neo-fascist forces in the Ukrainian war, which is it's not, of course, accidental. We see this also in the emergence of far-right forces in Europe and the United States of America, which are considered by a part of Western capital more and more as necessary to address the crisis. And really, I don't know what will happen in Europe this winter, because people will not be able to satisfy their immediate needs. So we are approaching something which is similar to the crisis of the middle of the period between the 2 world wars, where we will be put in front of the dilemma to choose a radical leftist perspective or a far-right one. The most acute example of this is, before I want to say something, if this diagnosis is correct, that is, if the global, if we are facing a global crisis of the global system, then we have to produce a global alternative. A global alternative must unite forces and personalities and everybody who understands the seriousness of the situation from the east, from the south, and from the north of the planet. It is impossible to address, for any country and for any region, to address alone the problems of the planet. And to this respect, the non-aligned movement can also find a new and very important mission. But it has one prerequisite, because now the non-aligned countries are much more powerful than they were when this movement has begun. But I would say they have more or less ideas about changing the world. We have less radicalism than in the era of Tito, of Sukarno, of Nehru, of Nasser. We must acquire this radicalism, not the same, of course, a radicalism which is corresponding to the challenges we're facing. And this is also, I believe, the non-aligned countries which will decide to play this card, they will have a new important advantage for their countries. Speaking now of the most acute of those situations, which is, of course, the war in Ukraine. We have discussed this question many times in the Bandung Spirit initiative. Now I am not going to repeat all the arguments. What I would like to say is that this is essentially a war of NATO against Russia. This is the general situation. Of course, it's a war between Russia and Ukraine. And I suppose that you all know what happened and how we arrived to this. I suppose you all know that the West has promised to Moscow not to enlarge, not to move 1 inch to the east. You know also that the West has fomented a coup d'etat in Kiev in 2014, and that the regime which came to power has used neo-Nazi militias in order to suppress the Russian population in Donbass and Crimea. I don't want to go into detail. I don't want also to, if you want, to justify the Russian invasion in Ukraine, but we must understand that even if it is aggressive in the local context, essentially Russia's policy is defensive. It's trying to stop the aggressive expansion of NATO into deep into the former Soviet Union, with which is putting serious defense problems to the Russian Federation, and also it is protecting the right of the Russians and of the Russian-speaking populations of Ukraine, like in Donbass and Crimea. There are not many grounds that Donbass and Crimea should be under Ukrainian sovereignty. And the right of self-determination, if it is applied to the Ukrainians, it must be applied also to Russians. Now, I don't want to go into the detail of this crisis, but it is clear if the situation goes like it will provoke enormous nuclear dangers, ecological dangers, because it is impossible to address the climatic change or any other ecological problem in a situation of such animosity. Already the measures taken by the Europeans to substitute the Russian natural gas have as a consequence to make things much worse to accelerate climatic change, in fact. And also for reasons of humanitarian reasons. I believe that everybody who understands the situation should ask, and I propose that our conference also demands, it issues a short appeal on Ukraine, demanding the immediate ceasefire and beginning of negotiations, the simultaneous and immediate
I'm sorry, because time is over. Would you please go to the conclusions? Dimitris, we are not anymore. Can you conclude?
Hello? Yes? Do you hear me?
Yeah, but we need you to conclude your ideas, please. Time is over.
Can I finish my proposal?
Yeah, please.
Yes, so my proposal is that we issue an appeal asking for the simultaneous and immediate ceasefire, for the stopping of armament of Ukraine and of the permanent enlargement of NATO and of the putting of new American nuclear missiles in Europe, and also for the immediate lifting of the sanctions. And I call on you that we must at some point stop so much debating and having an opportunity and trying to act also. The situation is already very dangerous. We should begin to try to coordinate the forces which are against the war.
Thank you, Dimitri. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your very important contribution. Now, I'm happy to be able with Ranajan to coordinate this session, because I think this is perhaps one of the most urgent and important sessions, because from these ideas, very important ideas, we can conclude with some concrete measures, as it was also the idea with our final declaration we are going to discuss later. Our conference is committed with peace, us in the Bandung spirit we should be. And all the panel has shown from the first speech from Connie, telling us the multiple dimensions of the present moment of the wars we have in different fields and other also colleagues, with the role of women in direction of peace, with all the very significant panel to be able to conclude and to include some ideas in our final declaration that we are going to discuss. And the idea just to have been here in Bali was to present these ideas, to present the call, this warning we are going to put into a public session with the press, because the G20 is here. Most of the most important leaders, fortunately, Putin is not coming, but the most important leaders of the world will be here, and we want our voice to be heard, to ask them, to demand them, to oblige them to think that the urgent negotiation in Ukraine is the first step to stop other wars, because this is an important moment. Perhaps many the collaborators and the speakers have said that this very deep crisis in which we are at the moment is perhaps the best opportunity to start a new global alliance in favor of peace, in favor of sovereignty, in favor of the war against other dimensions of the crisis as poverty, diseases, etc. So I'm very pleased with my colleague to open the floor for the public.
Yes, we have few minutes and on 30 seconds for questions and answer session. This was a very important, scintillating and transcending stop the wars in a plural. And we have 6 new now economies, new international friends, new citizenship, new war against war, and new alternatives. My question would remain as it is: how to reconcile pre-capitalist resources with post-capitalist resources to this panel? Thank you, sir.
So the floor is with you. And ask, yeah, please come here, please.
Respectfully pointed out Madam Bakri pointed out the world today divided between black and white. As an example in politics and in the situation actually. And at the same time, the importance of the digital communication, because as we are seeing, social media as well with more of algorithms. Processes are reducing the diversity, this polarization in like to be stay in closed circle between same persons, common sharing common culture, common interests, without listening to the other. In this context, one of the urgent issues is to dialogue. And also mentioned the importance of diplomacy as well as dialogue between people, so we can avoid conflicts and as the only path to find solutions. And from an non-aligned position, I think it's important also to point the role of the communities, physical space as well as in digital space, build this dialogue between users
users as well as in institutions. So my question to you is, why to take position in this Russian war and not to keep a line position pointing on the importance of dialogue and not defending one against the other?
We have to underline this. I mean, I'm not into taking side of Russia or what I'm trying to tell is the propaganda of blaming Russia is already too much, because the fact is not like that. Because the media, the whole media, the social media is controlled by the West. So all the news that we have to read it with the balanced way. We cannot read it balanced way anymore because they post everything. For example, that they found that 12 biological lab in Ukraine. It is sponsored or it is worked together with Biden's son or whatever the story is. So then you don't hear anymore. They close the story. Now it's about sanctions. Western blame Russia as if Russia stopped all this energy and using energy as a tool of political tools. Who is stopping Nord Stream? It's not Russia stopping Nord Stream. You know, so this kind of things has to be informed to the world, so the world will see it with the balanced way. And you know, in becoming here and so-called crème de la crème of Indonesian thinker, I have the opportunity to go and be friendly with all diplomats here. You name it, all countries. Since the Ukraine-Russia war, all my best friends, the ambassadors from NATO countries, doesn't want to involve or invite me anymore. I meet them, they don't want to talk to me anymore. The only country who still want to talk to me is UK. Ambassador Oil. Ambassador Oil still wanting to understand what is my point is different. You know what I mean? So this is actually the one that I say. Why we have diplomats if you don't want to talk to diplomats? And therefore I came out alone. You can check. Because social media cannot lie. I'm the one who stand alone and I say, academician has to talk. Because here in this room I can sense, we can talk to Marina very well. No one is ignoring Marina, and no one is ignoring each other, because we are academicians. And I don't believe in diplomat anymore, because some diplomats is run by the employer. Because some diplomats is running by the countries who's afraid of United States of America. Why I say this? You know, you have to realize when everything has to be in dollars, all the reserve has to be in dollars. Actually, I don't pay attention until the Russian reserve has been I call it robbed by the West into the Ukraine to pay the Ukraine war. This is so funny for me. Why don't we do it on why we cannot take US money to pay Iraq, Afghanistan and other countries? So I think as academicians we have to see everything by data. And I want to comment about the guy, I don't know what his name, who said that war can undermine human potential or something. Okay, that's one thing. But you have to understand as well, actually war is actually make technology more advanced. We can communicate today by WhatsApp and everything. It's because of military use. It's because of. But the thing is how we control this capability of technology of controlling things, AI, or maybe now neuroscience is even dangerous more than AI, to actually for the humanity. And therefore I really appreciate why we are here and why I believe the non-alignment movement should be bigger, should be stronger, should be louder. Because otherwise the quiet world is dangerous. If we are academicians, we are quiet, it means that we are destroying the world because we know actually what's happening. The sad story is not all people dare to do that. You know, not all people dare to, take risks and being left because you say the truth. And therefore, I really hope that now we are here, we believe and we trust our knowledge, our data, and please say it loudly to the world. I said to you before in my presentation, the mass of the war of mass destruction is not only nuke, not only things like that, but social media as well. So we can listen our thinking. With this, we can use our program today, our conference, our service or conference of doing the same things. No, we have to do the propaganda back to the one who owns this propaganda. Second, We have to allow the non-alignment countries speak together regarding if China, if Russia want to make a new currency. Because the war in Iraq that you mentioned before is actually war of currency. Iran wanting to make their own currency and they destroy Iraq. Now I believe for the better world we have to create new currency. Maybe ruble and yuan become yuan or something, I don't know. But something that
Pedro already proposed, yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why I said Pedro is very good. And I think we have to help Pedro to do that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things coming from this road that I think we have to push.
Yeah, we can suggest a continuity from this conference here, just with this item, the way we can support the idea of a new architecture, financial architecture, which is in other things also, of course, but starting because there are so many problems that we are facing, that I think that we should also think on priorities. First, there is a war that is destroying the lives as a whole because, but of course, to take priorities doesn't mean that the other subjects would be under the button and try to think that they are not there.
Just now somebody mentions about why the world said like why don't we have war into educations? Why don't we have war to the health and everything? Have you ever read? I forgot to bring the slide. Iraq war actually can finance the whole human to study free, but they don't do that. They prefer to go to war for war instead of educate people.
So the floor is still open to Isaac come here.
Just because we don't have time to comment, I ask Connie, thank you for your proposal. I guess leading feminism for so long, you stress points, values, which are not only limited to nationality, but also one can see them in communitarian societies, mutuality, sharing the common. These are values in many societies which are not much. So my question, do you consider, I guess you did, but I wanted to hear you about the point of view of African feminists who have a kind of inclusive way to deal with the issue, and beyond matriarchy, patriarchy, fighting for rights, for a kind of justice, beyond the traditional systems we have, and we know their limits also. And the African time, post-colonial time, like I call it, is a kind of a challenge to deal with values, traditional values, but also with global influences, which are there and they are unescapable. We have to deal with them. Try to find in what we call the third space, this in-betweenness. Find the way to another way, not to reconduct, a system and replace the current one with this system. So, what do you think about African feminists who just tackle the issue on another way? You to replace patriarchy. Thank you.
Here is like the word.
I told earlier I'm part of international network of feminists for the gift economy, and we have representatives, activists, and researchers from every continent, also from many people. Bernadette Mutien from South Africa just talks about recovering matriculture, and rematriation is the term that she has introduced to our. So we are also experiences of many African patrilineal societies from the Khoisan to, and I think we are at a very interesting stage in the history of the women's movement, because in the 80s it was all about blaming and shaming the women of color against white women, privileged women. Bush used to call them women of color. Because of the way she didn't understand the word women of color. Anyway, it was a very hard period. I was in Canada at the time. And now I think there has been a lot of talk about intersectional feminism and differences of privilege. And we are now moving towards the alliance, the stage of affinities, and identifying a common enemy, which is the whole imperial superpower structure that we've been talking about here. I hope this is going to unite us in a new sisterhood and not only brotherhood. And we talk about it as free sisterhood. We are sisters, although we are not all similar women. And I'm not sure what you want to answer to, but I think that there's much hope there. But my final question and challenge here is, how do we start an anti-Bandung spirit movement? Because we have heard that there are so many different sections in the world of the feminist movement, people who are trying to do their best to attack the propaganda and to get beyond the lies and the manipulations. We need the communications expert to help us, get around the algorithms and the Facebook or Twitter restrictions on using the term feminism. It's a forbidden word. Anyway, how do we find this network power that we would have? I see a lot of potential, but I don't know to help get there.
A quick question for the most. Yeah, how to organize a global resistance that is still growing, but it exists, but we are separate. With his priority. I think that's a key question. But during the Vietnam War, for instance, there were a common spirit, and all over was common. End the war in Vietnam. So, yeah, please.
Actually, it's just like what I was saying before. The West, or whoever is that, using the propaganda by the media socials and on the power of the space, right? So we answer with the same things. Very easy. I give you an example. I try, I stand alone. I came from so many campuses, from so many backgrounds. I teach at the Naval Police, Air Force, Army. Between us others, sometimes they are fight. This is for example. Because some believe Indonesia is, continental one. So it has to be, the defending system should be like army very strong. Like today you see, our army is so big. Me, in the perspective of maritime and airspace world of thinking. So I believe that our Navy and Air Force has to be a stronger one. This instrument fight with each other. You know what I do? I just make and using the tools and how to make food. And it's free. For like this one, we can just make non-alignment movement or revisit non-alignment with the food. Whether this make some points, like the point for that I made before, whether people are agreeing the word or not, and people can vote. So it's very easy. And now they use propaganda to spread the lies or to spread the unipolarity or hegemonic. Then we answer by that as well. Well, I mean, to the next degree, we have to do another things. It's another session. We have to make another meeting in Bali. This becomes too technical. But for one thing that we can do, that one is we can do it for free. So while we can still do it for free, then let's do it. As I think your homework.
So let's do this. Any other comment, question? Of course, time is over, but anything else?
for assault on war is very, very important. These measures adopted at the language and the masculine language. War against pandemic. Part of war has been valorized. War has been valorized, accepted. War is a sublime virtue. As pandemic war against the rejection of war in total or rejection of war per se, very, very important. All agree and would realize that this plenary session was a mini statement concerning Bandung spirit, where you have analyzing phenomena in a transversal way, which is a very, very versal. We are thankful to all our speakers and to chair session successful. Thank you.
The summarized version of all what we have been discussing is with Connie. War against hegemony, war against unipolar world. I think that's the summarized version of our war. War against this kind of war. Thank you very much. Thank you all of us. Very proud to be co-chair of this excellent panel. Thank you very much.
And all the speakers for session and discussions. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, after the session we'll now having a lunch break. You may have an hour to snack and we'll be back at 2 p.m. The lunch break will be available at the restaurant in the second floor. After opening session 11, we'll have a lunch break. You may have an hour to snack and take your lunch. We'll be back at 2 p.m. The lunch break available at the second floor in the restaurant. Enjoy your time.
Boleh nggak? Okay, once more.
Enggak, mulainya 14.30. Hah? Berita, ya. Benar. Oke. Ya. Oh ya, hampir ya.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for returning back to the main room. I would like to inform that we will continue to the next agenda, which is cluster reports. But before we start the cluster reports, firstly, we will form the group discussions. You may have one hour and a half to discuss the topics, and then in the 4 p.m., we will hear the cluster reports from the co-chairs. Thank you.
No? What happened? Huh? Oh. No, sorry. I will go up the stage and I will call Isaac and Beatrice, no? So let's start, okay? We don't have much time. Oh, we still have. So please. Okay, what is cluster report? In fact, our conference is structured around plenary sessions, 10 plenary sessions, not 18, but 18 clusters. What does it mean? A cluster is a group of sessions which have same topics or same themes. We have 18 clusters. What we need to be presented is the cluster. Why? Because it is not plenary session. Not all the people participate in one or the other cluster. Only the plenary session, everybody was there. So that there is no need to make a report on plenary session. So what is needed is the report from the cluster. We have 18 clusters. First, Bandungism, Bandungology, and Bandung School for Global Studies, which was convened by Beijing. And then, if I'm not mistaken, co-chairs by Guan Xing Chen and Jacques Chiu. But I don't know if they are present here. Can you check if the online participants were there or not? Who are there? And then the second cluster is colonization, decolonization, and neocolonization, which is co-chaired by
Picture of the
Isa and Faisal, no? Faisal, but Faisal is not there, so Isa is the co-chair. He will present. The idea is just to present very short, 5 minutes maximum, because we have 90 minutes for 18 clusters. So every cluster, 5 minutes maximum. And what is to be presented in the report is just very simple. What is the topic? What is the issue? Who are the speakers? And what is the message? That is what we are going to put into the final state. So very short, kind of summary of the content of the cluster. Okay, is it clear? So the third cluster is digital transformation. It is the co-chair were Professor Nisar Ulhaq, I think, and Irfan Mahyudi. I don't know if he is online. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Great. Just enumerate for the time being who has to do what. The fourth cluster, ecology, health, urban, rural, issues, sustainability. It must be Eka. Eka, he was there, but I don't see here his room. Still enjoying lunch, okay? And then we will have number 5 is gender and women's issues, which was co-chaired by Dia alone because Sima finally did not appear. But Dia will be online. Please check if Professor Dia Aryani Arimbi from Universitas Erlangga already there. I don't know if it's too small. And then geopolitical economy, it is Ana Maria and Bruno. And global future, it is Isaac, no? Isaac again. Local and regional issues, it's Rityusha is there. Oh, so Dhananjay, but I don't see Rityusha. She's coming, okay. And then non-aligned movement, it is Ana Maria and Bruno. And then rethinking revolution, again, Isaac. War and peace, it is Beatrice and Dhananjay. BRICS, Marina. and searching. It's not there. Digital setting. This Adi. Human and nature in Indonesia. It is a question of religious issues. Line if they are there. Italian foreign policy between Atlanticism and non-alignment Marzia. Quiet. She is quiet. Okay. Last 20 was Vittorino Perna from Italy, but he sent us a small summary of his thought. Yeah, exactly. And women and crisis governance. What the pandemic revealed. It is a panel by Indian groups, co-chaired by Prof. Swarnamayi Tripathi. She is there. And then women, migrant workers, livelihood challenges and state response is the same group. The speakers were different. So, if the first cluster if they are online, it appears here. No, no one. No one. So, okay, then we start with the second colonization. I don't know if Isaac is ready to speak about the cluster he co-chaired: colonization, decolonization, and neo-colonization.
This cluster we had many presenters didn't show up, so we enjoyed Mira, Dananger, and from Jean-Jacques, and I would say it was used the time to discuss this, and we had two main orientations. The first one was about identity, how identities understood in a kind of close framework would produces these effects when it had a global or a national ideal, and so there are many points to be with the discussion on identities in several countries, cultures, following, for instance, it means the way identity is defined and excluded, and the aspect of religious factors also. So I just forgot the name I wanted to quote. So this is one aspect of the cluster, the question of identity. And the other one is comes from a historical perspective, from Jean-Jacques Sen, who interpreted the case of Senegal since the colonization, the time of colonization and decolonization, and now the actual issue about the election, the coming election in Senegal. So this is a cross-reading of the colonial and post-colonial reading history of Senegal and the actual challenges, how from Senegal, the African Union will show an example of the way democracy can be experienced, while the president of the African Union is also the president of Senegal, and people are watching and expecting him to just get possibility for a kind of alternative. So, and the last one was from Mira about the conferences and African American activism and the way history is written, the history of these of the participation of people who know participation was not so documented as it should be, and it's also the discussion about what archives allow to produce as knowledge. Though there is here a very important discussion on knowledge production and legitimate knowledge. So these are the main points of the cluster. We missed some presenters, but we got a good time and discussion.
If it is possible to say in one word or one sentence, what is the message of your cluster to be included in the final statement?
It's about the history of the colonial reading of processes, and yes, I would say, because even in Senegal or for the case of the conferences and the activism from Afro-Americans, it's about the way the history of is written and interpreted and the actual issues about that.
Yeah, so everybody, every co-chairs, please think what kind of message you want to deliver from your cluster to be included in the final statement. So can we say, for example, from decolonization, then colonization still continue to etc. This kind of message. Now, digital transformation, media, economics must be Prof. Nisar, but it seems that and David Sego, there's no news at all. Huh? Later on, okay. If you can prepare, I mean, what is essential for Prof. Nisar is that what message can you deliver, not now, but from your cluster? Okay, you can.
Okay, thank you very much, respected Professor Darvis, in the chair. First of all, I would like to thank Professor this conference and for also some chairs. During conference, three beautiful cities, Jakarta, Surabaya. I could not share this because I was busy in presenting my paper. David was there. Did something and also through email. But a little bit I would like to say that when I went there, so the presenter was Isabayam Thierry, David Sigo, Olia Anisa Ramchandani, Stigo, Matthew, Ethan Putra, and Sharon Fobe, Nombato, and the Victoria. The absentees in this session. In this particular session, various topics on digital transformation, media and economy, ranging from comparing ancient civilization of Phoenicia with today's internet, that is still existing global digital divide, cultural, TikTok videos, trading card, game community, and its changes in the consumption before and after COVID-19. The fan flames towards media, framing and combining ethics and artificial intelligence. Lastly, there is a concern from Mr. Hadi Sabha about the one-sidedness of looking at whether there is media framing and not by media in the West, and caution on using artificial intelligence. I think the message of this particular session was you can say that it was the digital divide.
Yeah, I think it's the main point that situation is state. Our concern is the digital divide. So that the message is how overcome this. Would you like to write in 100 words and send us to Isaac, Beatrice, me the final? This evening or tonight we will work together, three of us, to finalize the statement, because tomorrow we will submit the final statement. But now we gather the inputs, extra inputs, because we have read a lot, but we need extra input or correction from what we have read. Okay? Sure. Thank you, Prof. Nisa. Thank you very much. So now ecology. Eka, are you ready? Yes.
Try to be quick. So ecology, we have we're supposed to have 2 sessions and 2 sessions. It's supposed to be very big, quite big groups of speakers. So 8 session, but we ended up with 6 speakers, which turned out to be better because we have more time to discuss. And luckily, all the panels was actually speaking on the same line, all of them. So anyway, the first part of the session, so ecology session is actually all about affairs. So at the first session, we have the ecology, economy, affairs. So we have the first speaker, Russell Meyer, was talking about, giving us the much needed philosophical foundation on this theory that he's working on with his colleague, but the discourses of the different way of looking at ecology. I will go back to that on the last conclusion for our sessions, our cluster. And the second part, and then we have another 2 speakers that actually give Russell's perspective, 2 different case studies that actually are connected to each other. So we have Nirupama with the problem of trade policies and with all the complexities that happen between trade, in between trying to have less pollution and trade, with the case studies in WTO policies. And then we have the second one is case studies on provided by the third speaker, Yaris Mahardika, with the problem of carbon tax policies, with exactly Asian case studies, which in the end it was delayed the carbon implementation. So it was like theoretical and also case studies. So it's quite a discourse, I think. The second session, we have 3 speakers. This is about the urban and rural affairs. So we have the first one is Paulo Mota, presenting himself, and Cynthia will come because we have to have sudden surgery. So she couldn't speak because it's a dentistry surgery. So anyway, they both provide statistical frameworks upon the failure of urbanity or urbanization, if you could say, with solid study cases. And then so they're basically talking about the problem in the urban areas. And then myself presenting the distinctive technicalities of case studies between the north cities and on advanced economy cities with the market cities. So and then potency of having this we call it accidental urban, which is that's the rural way of life within the city limits. So there's actually some case studies on that can try to look into it deeper in the next Bandung Spirit Conference. And then we have the third person, Sitsui Margaret J, who provide us with the systematical readings on the history of the rural movement in China since 1970. So it's over 55 years already. So about the 80, how it goes and how it projecting. So basically, the full session was talking smoothly from urban and then urban, which is in the middle, gymnast. And then have the plenary session, 3 presentations. Marcel would then focus only on the philosophical thoughts. So it was like more focused on the plenary session, and then where he introduced the Tractatus Ayu, it's an theory to look into. And of course, we have the second one is the Devon Dublin that decided to zoom out, give another wider ecological perspective of the problems and potencies that's actually if we are kind of familiar with it, but because we haven't put them all together under one networks of theory that it's as if it's like going in different ways, but actually it's a one holistic thing, I think. And then I was representing myself and Paulo Mota and Cynthia, and then proposing a paradigm shift from the urbanization to ruralization. Summaries from our ecology cluster: sustainability is not just about ecology, and ecology is not just about the green perspective. In fact, sustainability has no color. It's not only the concern of forests, but also the blue sea, the brown land, biodiversity, and last but not the least, livelihood of the people, which is all systematic and intertwined to each other.
Should formulate also what message, what appeal, because we are going to formulate, we appeal to. So what kind of appeal you launch? Yeah.
So we need more time for.
Yeah, I mean you send us
tonight.
Send us in 100 words maximum. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Gender and women's issues. Please check if Prof. Dia from Surabaya already online or not. No? Okay, then we go to geopolitical economy. Is Bruno or so that's Bruno, it's not Anna Maria. Okay. So global future. It is Isa. Yeah.
So I co-chair this session, Isa. We had 3 presentations, version, new ideas for the future world civilization. Wolfgang Pape, New Bandung Spirit, Open to All Multilateralism, Infrastructure, and ECA, Reimagining 20 and Extension Prospectus for a Multipolar Future. I would say these are very interesting, strong proposals to rethink the structures we have, the systems we have right now, and how we can imagine alternative structures and ways to function so that we achieve a more just future. So I would say for the sentence, for a global future, it appears that it will be very important to consider alternative economic and political structures which would allow the participation. This is a very important concept, participation of all states and non-state actors for more social justice. This is what I would summarize it. And we can see it in political, from a political or from an economic. But it's since it's the common denominator is participation, inclusion, and for more justice in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. That's clear. Now, local and regional issues. Did you guys there? Oh, it's just coming. Are you ready to make a report? But you were outside when I explained the principle of the rule. No?
Yes.
Okay, the rule is that in fact you need to present what is in your who are the speakers and what is the content of your sessions and what message that you can propose, because we will include in the final statement. So you should formulate a maximum 100 words of the message of your session. If you are ready. Okay, so take to write something. Oh yeah, that's later. Yeah, but not so later.
Thank you, Chair. So I was chairing the session in Surabaya on local and regional issues. And, we accommodated speakers from the two sessions in an interchangeable way. So the first speaker was actually Nisar al-Haq, who was speaking about regional cooperation in South Asia, challenges in 21st century. And he outlined certain challenges in terms of the collective issues that South Asian countries face together, including the issues of lacking the regional integration, tackling terrorism together, looking at weak regionalization processes in terms of economic interlinkages, so on and so forth. The other speaker was actually myself, and I was looking at pandemic lessons for region and regionalism, and I was looking at South Asian case study. And I was looking at how South Asian countries across the region have responded to pandemic in their own ways. There have been regional variations in terms of the burdens that South Asian countries experienced of that of pandemic. And since these burdens were different in quantity as well as quality, the response was many times varied. At the same time, the challenges that were there, irrespective of the burden that the countries were facing, were of similar nature, that of weak health infrastructure, weak interlinkages in terms of health provisions and service provisions. So I suggested a list of policy recommendations where a regional health infrastructure could be thought of for future pandemic scenarios or future health crises in that sense. The next speaker was Suman Kumari, who was looking at regional security as an overarching feature. And, she also outlined a host of issues that South Asia continues to face together collectively, and these collective issues also demand a collective handling of the issues at hand, or even preempting some of those issues together. So I think the thematic that was emerging out of all the three papers was that of a collective approach to regional crises, regional issues, and also that of cooperation being the paradigm for the region, despite the kind of challenges that an organization like SARC faces. The next paper in that same session was from Thomas Daluka from Tanzania, and he had a very interesting report and also study of COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy and acceptance amongst Pentecostal believers in Tanzania. And he outlined the fact very strongly that religious organizations in Tanzania have a very important, strong role to play when it comes to tackling issues like vaccine hesitancy. And he did go on to sort of give a very brief comparative with other countries like DRC, Congo, and other African countries who had somewhat similar experiences. And my instant interest was created in the sense that can we compare the experiences of South Asian countries with that of select regions in Africa? when we're looking at the western coast or eastern coast, is there a kind of regional experience? Is there a kind of regional consciousness per se? So we really conversed a lot in that sense. It was a very interesting conversation. Then the other two paper presenters, Roshni and Amu, they were from the southernmost state in India, Kerala, which borders Sri Lanka. And Roshni was talking about the impact of resettlement of scheduled tribes in Kerala, looking at the experience of farmlands, land for agricultural purposes, in one of the specific districts of Kerala. And the thematic that emerged from that was how do we look at the issues of resettlement in terms of political action? How do we the thematic of political action, the questions of land resettlement when they are raised in the context of scheduled tribes or loosely translated as indigenous people in other countries? What kind of constitutional provisions have proven to be somewhat helpful in solving the land question, but what needs to be done further? And the experience of Kannur district in Kerala, in that sense, of the scheduled tribes looking at land resettlement, has shown that constitutional provisions apart, there is a need for a lot of political consciousness when it comes to the question of claiming of land by the indigenous tribes. So, and then Amu, the last speaker in that session, was focusing on power dynamics in Himalayas in terms of the India-China relations. And the interesting thing, perhaps, from that paper was that, and I think it came out during the conversation, the question-answer session, that we perhaps need to evolve an understanding of collective strategic importance. Because my interest was instantly raised in terms of, you look at the Himalayan region, which is a shared region. You can't say it's Indian region. It's not just in India's strategic asset. It's there for Nepal, it's there for Bhutan and China. So can we think about strategic reality and strategic relevance in terms of a region? Is it possible to do that? Can we move beyond the bilaterals or trilaterals in that sense? And the next session that continued in that particular thematic, we unfortunately could not have all the speakers who were listed there joining us for that session, but nonetheless, we had CO Santari 3 who outlined the role of village library in supporting the women-friendly and childcare village program in Bikak village in Mojokerto Regency, East Java. And it was a pilot project that she headed, and she presented the findings of that project in terms of certain issues that actually came out from the study of that particular region, from that particular village. And we instantly got into that comparative mode of, what we see of women in villages in India or other South Asian countries, Southeast Asian countries, because we had amongst the audience some of us who were working on, say, Indonesia, Malaysia comparative regarding gender issues, especially located in rural pockets. So, of course, illiteracy was one big challenge that most of the rural women had. The second was, of course, that they were not even a part of household rural economies. So that would probably interest some of us who look at women's contribution in your term gift economy. Talked about that. So I kind of was asking questions, keeping your perspective in behalf. So most of the women, they were totally dependent economically on their husbands for any kind of meager sustenance. So they didn't really have that bare minimum means to claim any kind of independence. So that paper was really interesting. It was in the early stages because it was just project report in that sense, but I think there is a potential for a good paper there. Finally, we had Sinu again from University of Kerala, another very bright female upcoming student, She was looking at maritime spaces in terms of collective regional stability, and the term that she used was Indo-Pacific, and I think we all got around to questioning her, how much of India is there in Indo-Pacific. I mean, if you just rename region, instead of calling it Asia Pacific, you start calling it India Pacific or Indo-Pacific. Does it really mean that that particular country has, increased, has gotten some certain ability to influence that region more? Is it by changing the name, or do you see some kind of tangible, presence of India in Indo-Pacific for India to be claiming that region? What do these name-changing exercises do? So I think all in all, the two sessions together gave us a sense of certain commonalities in terms of issues that we share together, but also our specificities. The contexts also became very interesting to compare. I stop here. Sorry, I have to.
Oh, bravo! It is you master very well the whole papers you have to share. It's wonderful, and I saw that you raised several issues. I mean, you can of course formulate several. But you raised geopolitical issues. So maybe that's the student. Okay. Thank you. Now, non-aligned movement. Bruno? Yeah, okay.
Yes, so we have two panels. Now I'm talking just about the non-aligned movement.
Yeah, the parallel session.
Yeah, because I have yes, and I was going to say.
He will speak about both sessions, because session 6, he was not here, and section 9.
Okay, so I put the two. Yeah, we co-chair together, but one. Okay. The two, yeah. So I first begin with the non-session. Yeah? Yeah, okay. So the non-session was most of the intervention history intervened after that concerning the purpose of the new. So the historical part was made by Michael Paranzano, the Hungarian Sergio Tarosi, and Syriac Pampashal, who was online. Michel Paranzano talked about the history of non-aligned movement from the very beginning up to now, but mostly in the past. And it was very useful because it explained what are the basic roots of the non-aligned movement, especially in Latin America, but also, the extension in Latin America, but out of basic principles that were originating from Bandung, and it was very important. And it was really very logically connected with the intervention of the Hungarian researcher from the Pest University, Tarosi, who explained what were the relations between Hungary and African and Afro-Asian countries, especially Africa, and how the change of regime in Hungary got these links with the third world, and now Hungary is back on the south scene and needs to rebuild this image Hungary had at the socialist time in Hungary and Asia. And then we had Syriac Pampashal, who talked about India Nehru's non-alignment policies and which lesson we have to take from that time. And mostly he focused on multilateralism as the new challenge for non-aligned movement. And after I talked about what also I considered as very important. It means that, as it was told this morning by Connie, it is very important to have Asia, Africa, Latin America, but also new emerging counter-hegemonic powers in the world, not only Asia, but for example, Russia. But it's also important to take into account what I put, the social movements, even social movements in the North, which are now logically non-aligned with the leading ideology. So that's for the non-aligned movement, and now I go directly to geopolitical economy. So geopolitical economy, we had very interesting session about what we need now. And I would say that all searchers we had were more or less agreeing with the vision that we have now. We need now to have something like a socialized plannings, and especially Elena Veduta talked about the cybernetics as the only way to avoid digital fascism on the world scale, but other searchers were agreeing with that. Giovanni Anna Maria talked about anti-imperialist which fight, which is very important as the first talk, because only within anti-imperialist and freedom for country we can fight for social and class justice. Barbara Giovanni talked about the fact that the empire, the imperialism is striking back, and the war we have now in the world are all linked with the attempt of the imperialist power to refuse multi-centric world that is emerging. Colorado Yishun from India talked about technological transfers, which are very important, and which are of course seen in completely another way in the non-aligned and southern countries, or in the centered Western imperialist countries. No, even Apetuta, as I told you, talked about cybernetic as the way to have a new socialism, a new planning of socialism that will be much more efficient, and that will be efficient compared to the former socialism, was one man, which was handmade, she said. And then we had also Zhiriakov from Russia online, that who talked about the macroeconomic transformation that appeared in 2022 due to instability of the world. We have the instability of the COVID, we have not the instability of war between NATO and Russia in Ukraine, and all this instability pushes the world to macroeconomic changes we cannot avoid anymore.
Thank you very much, Bruno. So at least you need to write two messages.
Yeah.
That we will put in the finals. Yeah. Yeah.
She was, because
she was in the plenary. Okay, now local regional rethinking revolution. This is now the result.
Yes, this session has its own history, because this is, I would say, an alternative option of what to organize Darwis in Burkina Faso. It was wanted to have a conference in Ouagadougou on this topic, and we just have a discussion on the issue on revolution, historical ones, but also ongoing movements. And we thought it would be a good idea to have this conference in Ouagadougou in the land of Thomas Sankara. But we are quite involved in a kind of, or we are witnessing a kind of ongoing hopes revolution in Burkina Faso, so we couldn't have a conference. Then we decided to have a session in our conference here in Indonesia on the topic. So we had 4 presentations. I co-chaired this session with Nisa also. We have Musali Omer from Canada with a contribution on Rosa Luxembourg. This was very insightful. I know the work of Rosa Luxembourg, but that one was really a kind of interpretation and actualization of Rosa Luxembourg and its her contribution to the understanding of revolutionary Marxism and the way she read imperialism. It was very interesting, even if Omer Musali didn't apply it to actual, processes. So we also had Nilofar Surawati speaking from India, speaking about manufacturers' revolutions and manufacturers' news with an example on the Arab Spring. And we have the same approach with Krapan Demagog from Croatia. Was there any real revolution in the breakup of Yugoslavia? Both of them interrogated the media, the way the movements are represented in the mainstream media, and it was very interesting to hear the critique against the way the reception of these movements has been the way they are being portrayed. And we also had very interesting proposals from Herbert from Austria on Mali revolutions, and it's about Bretton Woods and the economic system here. So I would say we enjoyed a very, it was a bit chaotic at the beginning, but we really enjoyed a very interesting session. I would say it was globally about the importance of representing revolutionary movements in the media from inside on the one hand, and on the other hand, the necessity to rediscover useful theories and concepts for an appropriate interpretation of ongoing processes. This is the sentence I would say. I will send you Douglas for final report.
Okay, thank you. Now, war and peace. It is another Beatrice and Dhananjay. Russia-Ukraine war and non-position on. So he was to support that there's a possibility in capitalism of production is so in this same capitalism money could be of some help of scale of he has some
He supports production for sustainability, but he put accumulation in privatization and expansion in form against expansion and civil disobedience or illiberal political. But Gandhi was also insisting that in case of politics, must have civil disobedience. He finds on many occasions laws. The summary of this is war and peace need an alternative, bringing back horizontal and non approach towards each other. Thank you so much.
Now, BRICS, Marina was there and Searching is there or not? So Marina went out. What happened? We'll call back, okay? Digital setting, Adi.
Yes, thank you. How to participate in a digital city and make it inclusive was the topic of discussion in the session. A digital city can be understood as a space augmented by digital technology. As the digital space regroups physical and digital environments, it generates and envelops, or it is enveloped by computing processes and calculations. It generates a new way of living in the city, participating in its activities. That shows the importance of educating citizens about the digital culture by introducing digital data and the human literacy. We had from Indonesia presentations from Doreen Katikawangi, Selena Stiti, and Capulon Grace about social participation, inclusive business in the digital city. And we heard an example about Manila as a city digitally transformed, where social participation has new forms. We got from Brazil several also presentations about projects from diversified and different projects from Nayara Morena, Celia Matsunaga, and Virginia Chiradantis on how, including technology, to encourage and empower local products and communities to inhabit the digital environment, a digital space for the Brazilian creative economy. Finally, from Thailand, a presentation from Monvadi Siri Muride influence the perception of the consumer city. To conclude, to be inclusive, the city needs to integrate citizens into its sectors and activities. It should promote diversity and sustainability, invest in inclusive business for citizens and impoverished people, creating work, services, and opportunities. That can help to have better employee engagement, better customer engagement, reduced marketing costs, environmental and social governance, better government relations, and public-private partnerships. Digital, DCT should foster its inhabitants' digital literacy, data literacy, and social participation by empowering various digital users' engagement. It introduces digital technology to businesses for a better economy and develops and facilitates governance by citizens.
Bravo. Now, human and nature in Indonesia must be online. Is there anybody from this? You see Frans Wijsen from Holland, Zain Abidin from Yogyakarta. Nobody. Okay. Now, Italian foreign policy between Atlanticism and non-alignment, Marzia.
between Atlanticism and non-alignment, all of the middle powers in mediating an international crisis. So it was this topic has been treated through 4 presentations, 2 one each by the two Fabios, where about the so-called marigold China attempted to mediate in the Vietnam War in between 1965-66. It's a very charming history which I won't tell you now. And then the other guys spoke about essentially Italy's role in having a balanced, position between alignment to NATO, to the Western Bloc, and then Fabio Deo spoke about the Italian energy policy in Central Asia and projects, cooperation projects carried out in that region. Milani from Italy spoke about Italy's position between North and South Korea, between a rock state and South Korea. And Fabio Leone spoke about the Italian relations between Italy and India. The crucial year that it was 1991, the fall of the Soviet Union. So go too much into the details of the specific presentations. Well, the session had a strongly history-oriented approach, and I think it was in counter-tendency with the general approach of the. As a historian, I may have a professional deformation, but I think that we need to historicize more our discourse on Bandung, etc. We mentioned global history in the title of the conference, just mentioning the now. History should be cultivated, practiced, and above all, transmitted. Its narration should be constantly updated, otherwise, ultimately, or unwillingly, so this is concept and as far as the definition of global, so mere means definition is not enough. I prefer Sebastian Conrad's one, which takes into consideration entanglements. NAM is entangled in several ways with the rest of the world. However, continuing to treat NAM, the Bandung legacy, as a separate entity. In this way, we miss the multiple implications that Bandung spearing, non-alignment, etc. entail. This topic, not because I'm a chauvinistic, no, I think that my country is a special one, just the opposite. But I told you that this topic is in counter-tendency with the general themes of the conference. So, not only the superpowers are able to negotiate, often it is that the opposite for several reasons. The Italian case is a classical one, but there are many other cases of middle powers who had prominent roles in negotiating in very sensitive international issues. I think it is important that countries are not superpowers resume their independent foreign policy and their capacity to influence the international scenario beyond the persisting blocks. I hope we will be able to convey this message to the powerful ones who are taking part to the G20, and not only to them. So that's my message. No? That powers, the middle power, the so-called middle powers, should resume their own foreign policy, their independent foreign policy, as it was paradoxically during the Cold War. They were more politically more, from the international point of view, they were more independent during the Cold War. I conclude by saying that studying the past, not only regarding the interactions between middle powers and non-aligned countries, can teach us some lessons, give us some inspiration to challenge the present situations and find solutions for the present crisis, in particular, as far as the danger of war impending on us is concerned. The present situation imposes it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Now, so what since our work is concerning non-alignment, I think your point of the power to collaborate with now, that's the main point. I think that would be now last 20. I don't know if Tony Perna has already said that he will not participate because in Italy it is in the morning, no? It was yesterday. No. 30, no, but he said that he will not participate. But he sent us a text. Okay. So it's not necessary. Then we can go to women and crisis governance. What the pandemic revealed. I don't know if it took place, if the parallel session took place or not. It seems that you have somebody who is online. Oh, that's Nanya Rita Ketokowski, just go. Well, they are not in the. So there's and the second panel on women migrant workers. It is also in year 2, the same. So Bandungism, Bandungology, and Bandung Social, the Bandung School for Global Studies, there's nobody. And then what else? Digital gender and women's issues. Ibu it must be present, but I don't see because she said that she will present the report online. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I will send a message to all the co-chairs. Send us 100 words message. So, nobody. Local, regional issues. No. Briggs, Marina. I saw her, but now she didn't come back. Oh, it's pity because both co-chairs were there, Marina and Sheching, and there was I think it's very interesting session dedicated to Briggs, but the 2 co-chairs were not there. It's strange because what we can do? Huh? Yeah, just call Marina because yeah. By the way, Isaac and Beatrice, if you want to give comments, this different session. No.
As always, it is characteristic of our to have these mixed sessions, the plenary sessions and the the ones with those who have sent the papers. And both of them are complementary. Most of the ones who are not to be on the plenary sessions are participating, contributing, and their message is always brought to this cluster session and introduce the main ideas, the main suggestions, the final report. That's a very interesting way of thinking the participation in this Bandung Spirit series of conferences, allowing a very broad way of participating and trying always to say that to be honest with all the point of views that has been brought to us, and that everybody could feel that his voice has been heard, is important, and his contribution or her contribution is part of what we take with us when we return homes to our country. So for me, that's one of the most important contributions of our conference, this hybrid in the sense of plenary sessions and parallel sessions, this hybrid way of understanding the participation of all the ones who are interested in our Bandung Spirit Net. For me, that's the message I get from the way we organize the. You want to?
Just so appreciated the possibility to hear some participants in the plenary sessions and also in panels. So in parallel panels, and this was also the possibility to just have more details on proposals, and it was also very interesting.
So I saw here tidak masuk. It means that they're not connected. But you know the name, but they're not connected. Okay, and what do you mean? Okay, so Marina doesn't appear. Shall we leave? Yeah. So in this way that our session dedicated to cluster reports ended. A little time. Oh. Yes, please.
I would like to raise a suggestion. I think that now we have this. This is the first commemoration conference that we have it digitally too. So I guess that we have everything already recorded at the same time with the conference. So maybe it's very important if we can have production or whatever, so that all the records can be like distributed, accessible for not selected one, but even the whole thing.
Of course, it's also my idea that if I get all the recorded sessions, video recorded sessions, can put it on YouTube. But then the process is not as simple as what we wish, because we have to ask the consent of all speakers, if they agree or not that their, how do you say, their participation is to be read, to be publicly. So we need to ask the consent of speakers. That's what I did for the Rise of Asia 2021, where I asked the consent of all the speakers, and all of them answered me favorably, so that By the way, this session is online streaming. It can be by internet, YouTube, no? Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. So we have some time for, because after that we will come back here, three of us, to present the plan or the structure of our final statement.
As we are here and we are in a very intensive week, what do you think if we have just a little break and then we continue? We can end earlier than the initial proposal. I think it would be very well welcome, this idea. What do you think? Yeah? Only a coffee break and 10 minutes break, coffee break, and return, and so we can end earlier. And Bali is there for us. Bali is waiting for us.
Yeah, 15 minutes. Okay, great.
You heard. I hope that.
Please unmute, can't hear.
Our statement, and then symbolically we will submit our final statement to the representative of the government of Indonesia, and after that we will close. And the one who will receive or represent the government of Indonesia is the head of the National Archive of the Republic of Indonesia. At the beginning, initially, we request that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, but in this situation, it is impossible. She's very, very, very busy, very occupied, because in the following day is the G20 summit. So that after discussion with the different government agencies, it's very good that the head of the National Archive will be representing the government of Indonesia. Why? Because the head of National Archive has the level of minister. He has direct link with the President of the Republic of Indonesia. The National Archive is not under any minister. It's directly under the President of the Republic of Indonesia. And then our final statement will be submitted to the government, to the President of the Republic, and at the same time, a copy to be put in the archive, in the National Archive. So the person, Mr. Imam Gunarto, who have welcomed us in the National Archive of the Republic of Indonesia, he will come here and receive our final statement, and after that close the whole conference. So it is logical because he is the one who opened the conference and he is the one who will close the conference. It doesn't mean that we are not independent and we are free to express what we wish or what we think necessary to be delivered to the government of Indonesia. So we are not under pressure, we are not under message or under command, under order of the government of Indonesia. We are really free as academics. Yeah. So how? Sorry? How? After that, it will be public because it will. No, we are sent to you. Yeah, sent to you. Who? Just let me let us know who is willing to read, and then we will send by email. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I would like to say something.
Okay. Yeah.
That was the declaration
suggest not to increase the length of that too much, because shorter is better. We have already done, they have. So of course, it's not, I'm not against them to read it and everybody suggestion, but this kind of work will never end if everybody and again can propose something. Same way, suggest to the committee to be very rigorous in picking up on only the most important from the summaries what you get. Some long declaration. This is my very strong suggestion.
So the structure will be the first page. The first page is a kind of summary, executive summary, because the busy men, busy persons in general, they just read the executive summary. But the one who is really willing to go deeper, they will read the second page, third page, etc. But in general, especially the state functionaries, they just read the executive summary, which is will put in this page. Okay.
Maybe just try to find it. Let's say you get the email with this draft right now in the following minutes, and we say till 19 o'clock you send an email that and we close the process so that we can work on it. Is it okay for you?
I think we have some to read it. Just for you to have first glance on it. And so there is a very important suggestion, because if it is not really important and different from what it is inside, change things. Shall we perhaps?
Yeah, we have time from now to dinner. Although some of us will be traveling around Bali, but at least you will have time from now to dinner if you want to read, to give inputs, the text, and then after dinner, 3 of us will finalize the. It's okay.
See, we are under the tyranny of the.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this. Okay. So here we start. It's not yet the. After that, we will write the executive summary. By commemorating the 66th anniversary of the Afro-Asian Conference, Bandung 1955, the 60th anniversary of the Conference of Non-Aligned Nations, Belgrade 1961, and the 55th anniversary of the Tricontinental Conference, Havana 1966, we, scholars and activists of social and solidarity movements from diverse geographical, cultural, and scientific background, recalling the Bandung principles
the Bandung spirit ideals synthesized from the Afro-Asian Conference Bandung 1955, namely peace. So we enumerate.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. We see it. That's okay. Synchron. Just go ahead.
So the points or 5 ideals of Bandung spirit. First, peace, peaceful coexistence between nations. Second, freedom, liberation of the world from the hegemony of any superpower, from colonialism, from imperialism, from any kind of domination of one country by another. Third, equality, equality of races and nations, the equality between races and nations, big and small. Solidarity, solidarity and support to the struggle of the despised, the oppressed, the exploited, the colonized, and those being weakened by the world order of the day. Fifth, emancipation, sovereign development, and sustainability. Recalling also the principle formulated in the Conference of Non-Aligned Nations, Belgrade 1961, and the Tricontinental Conference Havana 1966. Reaffirming the principle of the Bamako Appeal, which is declared in the Bamako commemorative conference of the Bandung Conference in 2006 in Bamako, reaffirming furthermore the outcomes of the roadmap of the Bandung Plus 60 conference, which is our last commemorative conference, Bandung Spirit Network Conference Jakarta and Bandung 2015. We observe that the concern expressed by the 1955 Bandung, 1961 Belgrade, 1966 Havana conferences are still valid in the current context of new tensions and polarization at global levels. Therefore, we recall that their dreams and the alternatives they formulated are as relevant as ever. From a historical point of view, the UN Charter had a great impact by giving people the rights to fight against hegemonic powers and to promote development, which is also a core principle of non-aligned movement. In the aftermath of World War II, we notice the emergence of a more vocal political movement formed in response to colonialism and imperialism. It was linked to social and national liberation movements. With the political independence of Africa and Asia, former colonized countries became a majority in the UN General Assembly, and for more than a decade were thus able to influence the organization's agenda directly. This was the time when the UN adopted a series of measures of global impact. It initiated the discussion of development issues, launched the International Fund for Agricultural Development to eradicate poverty, promoted and approved the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, condemned the apartheid regime, voted against Israelis' occupation of Palestine territories, created the Special Committee on Decolonization, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East, and opened the debate on the democratization of the media, among other relevant decisions. All these efforts and their positive outcomes would not be possible without the influence of the Bandung Conference and the non-aligned movement. The United Nations Conference of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states, 1970. The Declaration on the Establishment of a New International Economic Order and the related Program of Action, 1974. The Declaration on the Establishment of a New International Information and Communication Order, 1973, are some of the numerous initiatives and impacts that illustrate the transformative role of non-aligned movement. With the disintegration and the collapse of the USSR, the non-aligned movement, in the eyes of many, seemed to lose meaning and entered a low-profile stage. For a while, it looked that the spirit of Bandung disappeared. The situation began to change after the 2008 economic crisis, from which the global economy has not yet recovered. Confidence in the US currency and the international financial system is falling. Seizure of the reserve of the Afghanistan, Venezuela, Russia, Iran, etc. Therefore, in the spirit of Bandung, the world now needs a new financial architecture at the regional and global level, not only free from Western manipulation, but also as a key instrument for peace, justice, and prosperity, namely, one, a new type of banking for a new type of development. Second, a new type of currency based on real resources and people's participation and not on speculation and exploitation. Third, an alternative to the IMF to provide liquidity and stability based on local and regional currencies and natural resources. The three pillars should work in bloc regional arrangement with clearing chambers for trade, debt, and settlements, combined with the adequate use of global special drawing rights and local currencies. All these measures could contribute to escape from the new debt trap and to create new conditions for development. The present geopolitical context, which reminds us of the Cold War, is demanding a more active role of the non-aligned movement. In the spirit of Bandung and non-aligned movement, the African Union voted in 2016 that all military bases should leave the continent. The meetings of the Organization of African Union leaders since the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine conflict testify a strong desire of African people to avoid being subservient to Western interests. This aspiration is expressed in the recent proposal to mediate a diplomatic negotiation to end the war. Based on this observation, we agree that the world faces challenges and critical situations as alarming as during the period of Bandung, Belgrade, and Havana conferences. In this context, we acknowledge, first, humanity and all forms of life in the world have arrived at the risk of extinction. Global tension emerge and accumulate very fast, threatening world peace and destabilizing nations and people who are already living in precarious conditions. Third, the inescapable implication of local and global dimensions of the crisis is illustrated by the COVID-19 pandemic and the global consequences of the Russia-Ukraine war. Four, the indifference shown by the main actors concerning ecological problem compromises the achievement of the objective of the UN Agenda 2030 for global sustainable development. Fifth, the continuous imposition of imperialist policies by by strong states and private corporations utilizing institutions such as the World Bank, IMF, WTO, increases the risk of destabilization in many parts of the world. The sixth, a new phase of decolonization is taking place, showing that the political achievement of the independence period were not enough to assure sovereignty about economic and social aspects. 7. The rise of Asia and the strong desire of Africa and Latin America to improve new partnerships based on equality and mutual respect are valuable contribution to forging a multipolar world, despite the way the Western mainstream media are presenting them. The 8th is not finished yet. And then what we reject? We reject first the new polarization and Cold War dynamics imposed by the USA and its Western allies, pretending there is a necessity to choose between them and Russia and or China. Second, the military spending, we reject the military spending, the military alliances, as well as the military bases in foreign territories. Third, the sanction policy, since they do not achieve their official objective, but hurt people at global level, including the sanctioning countries. Fourth, the information monopolies and the related control of information are carried out by a few big players, such as GAFA, Google, Facebook, etc. The cynic imposition of the Western model of democracy as the only one recognized as legitimate. 6. The iniquitous repartition of responsibilities and resources between those countries which are the most importantly responsible for the present ecological crisis and the rest of the world regarding the urgent action for a successful environmental transition to sustainable. We appeal for urgent negotiation to end the present crisis in Ukraine, Palestine, and the Middle East, Sahel region, instead of escalation and sanctions. And we deplore the destruction of human lives and infrastructure. 2. We appeal a strong and immediate actions against racism, gender discrimination, and systemic exclusion of minorities at the local, national, and global levels. Third, we denounce or we reject we appeal for the implementation and improvement of concrete initiative to strengthen exchange and solidarity in developing countries through existing and new institutions, facilitation of mobility and encounters of people. 4. We appeal for a concrete and urgent measures against Western monopoly in science and technology, which prevents the world from benefiting from the knowledge of diverse cultures and civilizations. 5th, information network of developing countries improving mutual knowledge in response to present monopoly of communication and media by the West. 6. The creation of an alternative financial architecture that allows the emancipation of developing countries facing the imposition of capitalist rule. 7. A sustainable access and use of natural resources, equitable and primarily beneficial to local communities, avoiding the interference of foreign interests. 8. the review of the imposed urbanization paradigm to mitigate the migration flows and growth of precarious settlements. Then, an urgent reform and new home to the UN in the spirit of the first paragraph of its charter, which affirms that the organization represents the peoples of the world. The 21st century challenges urge us to think as a unique human race, and we are confident that a future of global justice is possible. Therefore, committed to all actors willing to work for a world shaped according to the legacy of Bandung, Belgrade, and Havana conferences. This is it. And then we so one again who is willing to read. So take a note, Hadi, Wolfgang, Lia, no one else, okay? Four. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. So now we come to the end of the session, and I wish you have a nice evening in summer, maybe, to see the waves of the sea. Okay.
Yeah. In spite of being exploited for a long time by Irish, we would like but Isaac is going to add something.
Yes, of course. Yes, thank you. We would like, because tomorrow we will have the press conference and the officials that we are a community. And I think it's moment, yes, in the community, just, acknowledge and the fact that always is a benefit for the community. And thank him. We just want to say you are a member in the Ubuntu spirit. We need a community in order to be what we are, but the community benefits and knows how to appreciate the contribution of individuals. This is very important. So thank you on behalf of the community for what you are doing for us. So please.
We think that you are the real reincarnation of the Bandung spirit. We are nominating you our leader.
Oh yeah. So this okay. Yes. So symbolically, please take for so this is by Wolfgang Open. This in German. Oh. François. Yeah, okay. So this is the very thick book of 1,000 pages, 600 pages, opening to omnilateralism, democratic governance for all, from local to global with stakeholders. There is some signs in the Chinese and Japanese words. Integration, local diversity, global, both come up. Okay, thank you very much. It is available.
You'll have a digital version of it. I'm looking forward to any comments. Be very brief. I'm using it now to 60 pages, in order to address young people with a comic, the manga. So I have a manga designer doing the visualization of my ideas in a funny way. I hope it works, and addressing a much wider readership, I hope.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly, because as I said, now I try to reduce the printed version of any book. So I said to him, yeah, but I will not take it home in France with the 1 kilogram of book. I will submit it to a library here, and I asked him to send me the PDF version. That's why. Thank you very much. So many photos here.
Three, two,
Sophisticated.
Yeah. Now, what is the program?
Now, as Beatrice will coordinate.
So, then what is the program?
We are planning to go to a beach which is very close, 15 minutes,
Very good.
and to walk.
It is very good.
The organizing committee, co-chairs, speakers, and participants. participated to have the series of events held today. And also we would like to apologize for the mistakes and issues during the event. Lastly, we would like to inform that the next sessions of press conference and symbolic submissions of the statement to the government of Indonesia will be held tomorrow at 9 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you and see you again tomorrow.
Okay.
Those who want to come to the beach, we are planning in 10 minutes to be at the lobby, and there is a beach in 15 minutes. We can see the sunset there.
Sunrise. Sanur is sunrise.
Sunrise.
Yes, Sanur is sunrise. Kuta is sunset. So you will not see the sun.
Oh, we are not seeing the sun?
No, no.
So, okay,
No,
okay.
no, no.
So just the beach.
Yeah.
Not the, okay. Just the beach.
The beach or that beach. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, but it is just for finalizing tonight. Final version will be ready tomorrow, not now. Yeah, after that. After the final. After, yeah. Great.